Quorum. We're getting close to a quorum, Krista.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yes, we have a quorum.
Great. All right, well, let's begin. We have a lot to do today. Thank you again for spending your Friday with the Energy Code Technical Advisory Group for the commercial. To make it a little bit more collaborative, if you feel comfortable, please put your summer plans in the chat so we can all see what you're up to this summer. Going to a lake, you're going to Yellowstone, you're gonna sit around the house and drink Mai Tais or something like that. Whatever, please put it in the chat and we can get to know each other just a little bit more than how we feel about the energy code. At 10 o'clock today, we're going to do the key discussion. This is on heat pump space heating proposal. Then we'll take a break, probably around 11:30 or whenever discussion gets to a good point. It's my hope that we're going to vote on that today with any revisions that the TAG comes up with. We have lots and lots and lots of stuff to do over the next few weeks. So hopefully we can vote on some of this. Several proposals have gone back to proponents. There was a discussion last week about what those things are called and how they work. So the TAG can officially create work groups if we want, and those would be public meetings. But what we did last week and have done before and in code cycles previous is refer or suggest that the proponent make changes and then ask for people who are interested in helping the proponent make changes. And that's how we've convened these kind of side groups. So they're not official TAG groups, but the proponent is allowed to make revisions to their proposal or suggest revisions to their proposal. And then people who are interested from this technical advisory group can say, hey, I'm interested in helping you. So that's what we've done in the past. So are there any questions about that? Okay. Also, several of these proposals have gone back to the proponents and lots of them have made changes, and some of those changes have not gotten back to Krista to be posted until quite recently. So let's take our time as we need today to make sure we understand all of the changes. Hopefully the proponents can show track changes or highlight for us what changed and why that changed. And hopefully other people who help the proponent revise the proposal can also help them with why substantive changes were made or minor changes were made. So again, please raise your hand if you have a question or a comment. I will call on people in the order in which I see them raise their hand. That is using the reactions, the raise hand feature. Once I call on you, please lower your hand. Or if you have follow-up comments or something, you can leave your hand up until your comments are done, but please lower it. At various points, I will ask people to use reactions. Please use your hand clapping if you like something, or thumbs up, or your heart, or your celebration if we do something amazing. You can also use the red X to say, I don't like what's going on, and I have negative comments about it or helpful comments about it. You can also use the green check mark to show that you are in support of something. That's not an official vote, but it is showing how you feel about this. Because normally I would look around the room before a vote or when we're discussing and see lots of heads nodding, and then we would suggest that a vote is probably the right thing to do. Without that, it's really difficult. So I don't want, if everybody agrees on something, I don't want to spend half an hour continuing to discuss it. So please use your reactions as often as you like, and as often as you like is still probably less often than I'd like. So please use them all the time, or often. So with that, we're going to get into the proposals. The minutes for, sorry, we're not going to get into the proposals. The minutes from June 25 are not yet posted, right, Krista? So,
They are posted. They have been posted for a couple of days.
okay.
I just haven't done the July 9th minutes
Oh,
yet.
okay, okay. Patrick,
Yeah, to make, okay. I'm not sure that we're doing this Zoom meeting voting correctly. Last week, you said that if we have enough people logged on, that's a quorum. But someone could be logged on and just walk away for the whole day. And so I think the voting should be done by roll call. And then we count if we have a quorum then. Because like I said, you could log on and drive off for the day and have a picnic. And that's not a quorum.
I would hope that that doesn't occur, but Patrick, we use Robert's rules. Is that correct, Krista?
Yes,
Robert's rules state that once a quorum is established, that quorum is maintained and until someone asks for the quorum to be reevaluated. So if somebody does, drive away and is gone for something, if some member of the tag, I don't remember if it's the tag of the public, so if someone asks for the quorum to be re-investigated, then we can do that. But it's assumed once a quorum is established that that quorum exists until someone calls it into question.
I think I just said that.
Okay, well, we haven't done a roll call yet.
I said I would like the quorum reevaluated by a roll call vote.
Patrick, I guess my hope is to go a little bit faster than that. If we did a roll call for each of the 30 or so proposals on the table today, I think it would take much more time. So I'd rather rely on the Robert's rules and say that we can do a voice vote for a majority of the proposals. You as a tag member you can call the question of a quorum anytime you want. But just to save time and not waste everybody's time, I would like to have a voice vote on each thing.
In response to that, I will say the voting part is very important, and that over the last 2 or 3 meetings, we wasted hordes of time discussing things that didn't deserve that amount of time. I think the voting is far more important than spending a half hour discussing something that just doesn't really have the merit. So maybe we could do a little better job on that if we're interested in saving time.
Patrick, if you ever feel like we are wasting our time on something, please bring that up. I've been trying to run the meetings as efficiently as possible, and I think what is interesting to somebody or important to somebody is not important to somebody else. So yeah, feel free to bring up if you think we are wasting our time. Anyone can call to question anytime once there's a motion on the table. It takes a 2/3 majority to end debate. So we would then have to do a roll call vote to end debate if someone calls to question. But you can call that anytime as a tag member.
Okay.
I guess, Patrick, if you really wanted right now, you could make a motion that we do a roll call vote for every vote today. And you could certainly do such a thing if you wanted.
Why don't we see how it goes?
Okay. Sounds good. All right, so welcome and introductions. Review and approve agenda. Has everybody looked at the agenda?
Motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Motion and second. Further discussion. Okay, all in, Mike Fowler.
Just on the agenda, when we get to proposals 91 and 108, just to flip those around. I think for they're both about the same thing, and 108 should be heard first.
Okay, 90 and 108,
Yeah, 91
91.
and 108.
And I'd also like to note that proposal 189 was withdrawn.
Okay. So 91 and 108 switching, is that okay? Dwayne and whoever made the second?
Yes, that's fine. And those are both Mike Fowler amendments.
Okay. Okay, well, all right, all in favor of the agenda with 91 and 108 switched? Say aye.
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 Actually, you know what? I forgot. I forgot what Patrick suggested. We never did a roll call at the beginning of this, did we?
No.
I guess all opposed say nay. Okay, the agenda passes, but we haven't done a roll, just a roll call to see who's even here. I mean, we can see your names, but Krista, why don't we do a roll call?
Okay.
Not for a
Michael-
vote, but for just who's here.
Michael Baranik. Eric Bedell,
Here.
Christopher Burrows,
Here.
CJ Brockway, Martin Connor, Michael Kurtwright, Mike Fowler,
Here.
Patrick Hayes,
Here.
Gary Hickenen,
Here.
Scott Henderson, Chris Holliday, Luke Howard, Dwayne Johnlin,
Here.
Elizabeth Joyce,
Here.
Bill Kraus, John Lang,
Here.
Mike McGivern,
Good morning.
Alan Montpelier,
Here.
Henry Odom, Eric Olnon,
Here.
Andrew Poltarek,
Here.
Irina Rasputnis, here, David Reddy,
Here.
Lisa Rosenow,
Here.
Poppy Storm, here, Gavin Tenold, Sean Vig,
Here.
Amy Wheelis.
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum present.
Great. Okay,
I'll mention that Luke Howard was here earlier, so he may be still present and just, we didn't hear his response.
okay. As we get through to more of the contentious proposals, we can certainly do roll call votes. Okay, so review and approve minutes of June 25.
I move to approve the minutes for June 25th.
We have a motion to approve the minutes. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
We have a second. Further discussion. Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay. We have an agenda, we have meeting minutes approved. revisiting a lighting proposal from before. So CJ, do you want to,
She's not here.
oh yeah, she's not here.
Is Sean Derrick here?
Yeah, Dwayne, I'm here. And I'm going to apologize, Chell. There's been significant, I think you've seen some of this significant confusion this week with the proponent not actually being around. What's on the screen right now is not actually apparently the latest version of what CJ had been hoping to review, which came to light yesterday. So if you'd like, I can share the screen. I know she was sharing her screen last week and showed some of this, but essentially it's very different from what was there. Would you like me to share my screen?
Oh, I guess I'm wondering if it's
Or do
worth
we table
discussing it
this?
this week, or if with the proponent gone, and it sounds like there's some significant differences in approach. Sean,
Personally, I think tabling it would be a fine choice.
you, okay.
I'd like to
Anybody?
make a motion to table this proposal until the proponent can be present to defend it.
Second,
We have a motion, we have a second, further discussion. Okay. All in favor of tabling this, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay. Additional interior lighting power is tabled. We are to the definitions and envelope proposals, and the first one is semi-heated buildings, and this is a Mike Kennedy proposal. Mike, are you in the house?
I'm in the house and I'm a little, this kind of overlaps the thing we did at the end of yesterday. I mean, end of last week. And so I'm not sure this has a place here. To adopt this would be contradictory to what we adopted at the end of Friday. So I guess I don't know whether I should just withdraw this.
If you feel that what we passed at the last tag is awesome language and will create a great energy code, and that this is not needed to do that, you're welcome to withdraw it.
Well, the main difference here is that this would not allow the extra 8 BTU per square foot of infrared electric. The infrared electric would have to fit within the 8 BTU per square foot. Basically, the goal here is you're going to allow electric, infrared, and heat pumps, but not open-ended. The current code, there was kind of a mistake or an accident that we kind of allowed unlimited quantities of electric, infrared, heat, and heat pumps. And this kind of reasserts that limit with this first sentence: provide total installed heating and cooling capacity does not exceed the criteria for semi-heated.
So what we passed last week does a similar thing?
Yes, yes. Except it struck heat pumps. I mean, it dealt with it in a different way. It struck heat pumps and it gave an extra 8 BTUs per hour for electric infrared.
Okay. Are you okay with that as passed and therefore want to withdraw this, or?
Oh, I prefer my language, but I hate to spend time on it.
Okay, let's hear from Lisa and David. I think David raised his hand first.
Yeah, I mean, I agree more with this proposal. I think it is the electric heating limit was in addition to the semi-heating limit, would result in a lot of additional heating capacity without potentially insulating walls. And then also, I mean, I wanted to make a friendly amendment to this section, or this proposal in this section, allowing, striking the exclusion of electric resist. Well, actually, I want to rephrase that. Maybe eliminating the exception for not having to insulate semi-heated wall spaces as a starting point. I think, in discussing this with Mike, a lot of the semi-heated spaces, I wasn't aware of this, but do get converted to heated spaces over time. And it seems quite awkward to have an exception for gas systems if that's happening. But at the very least, to extend the same accommodation to electric resistance heating now that the carbon emission factors are more closely aligned. But I would be more of a proponent, I guess, of eliminating the semi-heated space, the exception for wall insulation for.
So David, this proposal is similar to the other one, but I think the 8 BTU difference, kill BTU difference is the main thing. Do you like this language better for that piece of it?
I do, yeah. I
Okay.
do like this language better, but
Okay.
hoping to make a
Lisa.
friendly amendment.
I guess I don't quite, you've kind of said two things. I think striking semi-heated allowance totally is probably bigger than we should contemplate, because that's the only benefit of semi-heated is the wall insulation benefit. So that would be striking this whole section. I'm game, but I think that's kind of I don't know, seems like a bigger step.
It does.
The striking electric resistance heat, I think given our carbon factors, that makes total sense. So, I mean, yeah, so semi-heated spaces, so it would be strike heated by mechanical systems that do not include electric resistance heating equipment. I could see that. So it would allow electric resistance in semi-heated spaces. I don't necessarily agree with that, but our carbon factors say that should be equivalent to gas, or actually better than gas.
Okay. Lisa.
Yeah, it would be really helpful, I think, for the tag to see the resulting language of the proposal that was voted on and approved at the last meeting, so that we can at least see the two side by side. I apologize, I wasn't in the meeting, but it's tough to remember all that from one meeting to the next. And then the other point I would like to make, they would be in support of what Mike is proposing here. I'm going to speak for jurisdictions, particularly the city of Fife, who reached out to our Energy Code Tech support services. Perry Fegley over there had mentioned specifically that he was seeing a lot of abuse of this language, where it doesn't make it clear that the exception does not allow a building to have greater than the 8 BTU per square foot installed capacity, that they are seeing warehouses over there in the Fife area trying to use that exception, or that opening in the exception, to install far more than 8 BTUs per square foot. So they were very much in support of the types of language that Mike Kennedy is proposing here.
Okay. Patrick?
I'm in full agreement with the striking of the electric resistance heat and allowing electric resistance heat. That's really old language from decades ago, to where the Energy Code actually promoted fossil fuels and was trying to save electric heat, and it's stale language. And
So you're in support of striking the as shown. So what would these look like if they
as
were
shown.
So I guess
It's a good way to heat these buildings.
okay, so what we see on the right is what, I guess, if we voted this forward, what would we be voting on? And then would the exception be what we see on the right? In other words, getting rid of everything on the left and kind of saying that 158 didn't pass last time, or it would, if we passed the proposal on the right, would that mean that overrides everything on the left? Or are there things from the left that would be salvaged in the proposal on the right?
I think there's two questions to that, Chow. One is whether the electric infrared would get an extra 8 BTUs per square foot, which I believe was the proponents of on the left, 158. That was their intent. So that is a difference between the proposals. And I'm all for not limiting electric infrared in as we are in the one we're talking about today. The other aspect is whether heat pumps are allowed or not. And I personally feel like, yeah, supposed to have cooling, but somehow
Either my internet's going bad or yours is, Mike. I can't hear you.
I think it's Mike's.
Okay.
Well, while we're waiting for Mike to come back, I'd just like to say in defense of this one that you see on the left, a couple things. One is that you see those things on exception 1 that in yellow, that I think that's important to add those things to make sure that the infrared is used the same way we'd require it elsewhere. I'd stricken the heat, well, the original heat pumps with cooling capacity disabled was, had no limits on it. I'm more comfortable with it since with this new one that has strict limits on the amount of heat pump capacity, but still, no one has ever explained what permanently disabled means, and I have a feeling that it's something that the technical service guy could undo with a screwdriver in a minute or two. So unless somebody actually knows technically how you could, do you take a sledgehammer and break something so that you can't ever put it back? No one really has ever explained that.
Okay.
I guess I think you're
Still losing your audio, Mike.
I could see it.
Can you call in on your phone or something, or
It would help if he disabled his video.
video? Do you want to turn off your video? We'd like to see you, Mike, but if you turned off your video, you might get better
Is
audio.
that better?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. I just don't feel like cooling's that big of a deal. I feel like
I agree with Mike. The way you set up heat pumps and VRFs would be a great way to heat these buildings. You just set up a deadband, and if you want them at 58 degrees, you set up a deadband and you just walk away. They're ungodly efficient. It's really an efficient way to heat these buildings regardless of the cooling.
Okay. So what I'm seeing is the C402.1.1.2 semi-heated buildings and spaces. We seem to generally agree on the upper part. What we're talking about is the exceptions, and there's 2 exceptions we're talking about. One is the electric infrared, whether we include or not the not to exceed 8 BTUH, and then whether we include exception 2 or not. So
the exception 1 in the one on the right, exception 1 probably should be deleted.
in the one on the right.
Yeah, if we're striking out electric resistance equipment, that kind of includes electric infrared.
Agreed.
I agree with that.
Infrared radiant heaters are not the same thing as space heaters.
But we're not limiting the kind of heat.
You can still use you can still use them. The sentence isn't needed.
The only reason we need the heat pump language is because the definition of semi-heated space excludes cooling.
Then you should scrap that and allow cooling.
Well, I think we got to be careful there, Patrick. Well, I mean, we have to make sure we don't wind up with spaces that have a lot of cooling in here. So
We've got our capacity limit though, Mike, at 8 use per hour per square foot.
if heating.
That's not a lot of machine, you know.
I'm gonna call on Lisa.
Yeah,
Lisa.
a couple of thoughts here. So with regards to the heat pump language, we are seeing that folks are installing heat pumps in these buildings as an efficient way to provide heating. And I would agree that since the heating output capacity is being limited to 8 BTUs per square foot, as Patrick noted, that doesn't leave a whole lot of cooling just based on the way heat pumps are sized. So that's kind of self-limiting. I understand what Dwayne Johnland is saying about what does permanently disabled mean, and I would agree that's a little vague. However, I think it is self-limiting. The only other thing, if we go with the proposal on the right, I do have a couple of suggestions as friendly amendments to the sentence at the top of the exception. I think that it would be best to refer to output capacities, make it clear that that's what we're talking about. And I also think it would be best to point to section C202 versus, making reference to heating and cooling. Let's just say, that the total installed output capacity of mechanical space conditioning systems do not exceed the capacity limits for a semi-heated space in accordance with section C202, which is basically pulling language right out of the body of the section. That way we're saying the same thing and we're pointing to the appropriate place where semi-heated spaces are defined.
How do you feel about that, Mike Kennedy?
I guess I have a problem because, nominally I don't have a problem, but the problem here is that C202 says no cooling. And this exception is about equipment that does have a cooling capacity, although it's disabled.
Well, I guess that's where I think there's, if it says cooling in this exception, and then it says in the body of the language that we're talking about what's defined in section C202, I think that's going to be very confusing. It's like, are we allowing cooling?
Well, that's why I don't think we should refer to 202.
Agreed. We should allow. So let me just give you guys quick. I do tons and tons of heat loss calculations, and the average is 16 BTUs per hour per square foot. And it's been the average for years. So at 8, you're 50% of the average, meaning we put in a system, whether it's heating or cooling, and does both. When you only have 8 BTUs per hour, you're not going to be able to heat this building to 70 some degrees. It's impossible. You don't have enough equipment capacity. So we're pretty safe, I think.
I think I understand what you're saying, but the problem as I read this, it says provided the total installed heating and cooling output capacity does not exceed the criteria for semi-heated space.
Well, let's delete and cooling. I'd like to delete and cooling.
That would clean it up.
Do that.
And you can just say 8 BTUs a square foot. You don't have to say as defined in 202.
Chris Hawes.
Good morning, everyone. Chris Hawes, Local 32. I've been a technician in the HVAC industry for 30 years. I'll give you a quick definition of permanently disabled in any type of HVAC means Generally, what we would do is go out mechanically disable whatever part you did not want working. When we use heat pumps in server rooms, we do that with the heating function. A lot of times you can do it just by changing the controls, but whatever we do can be undone very easily. It is by the next contractor or the next building owner that comes out. So unless the manufacturer ships you something that's been disabled and you cannot change it, anything we do in the field can be redone, short of literally taking a sledgehammer to it, but then it might not work at all. Also, when using heat pumps in these partially heated spaces, such as warehouses, where you're using it for freeze protection, without some sort of exception in there to use electric resistant heat under low load conditions, low outside air temperatures, we could run into the risk where we can't actually replace the heat loss to the outside, and you can run into sprinkler freeze scenarios. Obviously, if it's a dry system, you don't need to worry about that. Just a little bit of food for thought from an industry expert. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris. It's always great to get those facts out on the table for all of us to hear. Okay, so we generally agree on the language above. The exceptions is where we're still discussing, as far as I know. We deleted and cooling. Does anybody have further comments on the exceptions? Kevin?
Oh, sorry. Am I live?
Hello?
I don't think I'm connected.
Yeah, I can hear you,
sorry.
Kevin. I can hear you, Kevin.
But the chair cannot?
I can, whoever's talking, I can hear them. It might be Kevin.
Okay, well, this is Kevin, yes.
Okay,
Sorry.
yep, I can hear you.
I'm concerned about deleting the cooling or the exception because the whole point of this section is about semi-heated buildings. In other words, say a warehouse. If you allow cooling, now suddenly you're going to be cooling a warehouse, which means you're effectively doubling the energy use by conditioning this space throughout the year. And I know we've talked about changing set points and such, but that can be easily overridden by an occupant. Now you're creating an enormous loophole for people to condition buildings willy-nilly.
No,
and
that's
not
not
the point
true.
of this section.
That is not true because.
Well, excuse me, I think I have the floor for the moment.
Kevin has the floor, Patrick, so please let him continue.
So I think that violates the intention of this section. And if there's a way to, in fact, have a heating only heat pump, then that would be fantastic. But I don't think the intent of this section is to allow semi-cooled and semi-heated spaces. Thank you.
That's how these systems work. At 8 BTUs per hour per square foot, it wouldn't have enough horsepower. You'd burn that unit out. And and you could also have a locked cage on there. If you just set that deadband at 59 degrees or 61 degrees, wherever you want it, and you walk away, they're ungodly efficient. They can run year round, and they use 30% reverse technology. Reverse cycle uses 30% of the power of like electric resistance. It's a good way to manage these buildings, and because they're not occupied. A lot of them are not occupied.
Thanks, Patrick. I guess, and Nick just addressed this in the chat. I guess, are semi-heated spaces allowed to be cooled within the code?
Currently, it is no. Sorry.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, so I will say that allowing cooling is definitely a change to the intent of this provision. And so, I think we need to be clear about what we're voting on here. There's a lot going on in this proposal. Allowing cooling is something that this section has been very clear for many code cycles that a semi-heated space would not have cooling. And regardless of how efficient the equipment is, if cooling capacity is available, that equipment is going to be running during the non-heating months of the year. So I would agree with Kevin's statement that this does feel like a rollback in the current code. Could be
When you
argued.
say, and when you say this feels like a rollback, please state what you mean. So what language, what code language you mean by that?
Yeah, so if you were to look at the definition in C202, it very clearly states that a semi-heated building or space shall have no cooling capacity whatsoever. A
Okay.
semi-heated space is just that, it's semi-heated. And so if cooling, if the proposal or if the language that's voted on now allows any capacity of cooling, then now
Yep.
we have a piece of equipment that is operating during months of the year that would not have been operating under the current code. That's
Yeah,
why
that-
I believe it's a rollback.
That makes sense. And I'm just gonna,
Disagree with that vehemently.
okay, Mike, go ahead.
A heat pump always has cooling capacity. When you disable it, you're changing the thermostat or you're changing a control wire, but the heat pump always has capacity. If you're allowing heat pumps in the current code, you're allowing cooling capacity, Lisa. This has the same limit that the current code, that this is your addition to allow heat pumps, and with cooling capacity permanently disabled.
So it seems to me that if we keep and cooling output in the definition and refer to section C202, then we are not allowing cooling. And it's clear that we do that. And then the only question is, you know, if we allow heat pumps, which inherently cannot have cooling disabled. That seems like a decent path to me. Eric had his hand up. Eric.
I guess the definition could be modified to say that heat pump heating is allowed as long as cooling is disabled. We get rid of the word permanently disabled and say something like disabled, or, you know, the cooling temperature set point shall be set to, you know, 110 degrees or configured to 110 degrees or higher, or something like that, so that, you know, the commissioning agent is required to go out there and make sure that it's you know, set to a high cooling set point where we, you know, so that's verified. But yeah, there's no way to permanently disable it. I agree with that. So
I'd be happy to just delete the exception altogether.
And I think that's what the tag did last week, was delete the heat pump.
Right, but in this case, it would be the whole exception because we've already deleted one.
Yeah. All right, Alan?
Hi there. Yeah, to me, I feel like we are accomplishing what we're trying to do, which is preventing cooling from occurring in semi-heated spaces with, you know, with the language and the exceptions. So I'm a little bit confused as to where cooling is being allowed currently in the current write-up.
What I've heard, Alan, is that if you allow heat pumps right here, you can't permanently disable them. So in other words, someone could come back on day 2 and just change the controls, and now you have cooling. It's not allowed in the code, but code officials have no jurisdiction, or have little jurisdiction after the building's occupied. That's what I've heard.
Yeah, and I don't know. I feel like this is where there are so many things like this in the code where you can always come back and do something different later. But how often does that really happen, and how many bad actors are there that are going to be doing this? I guess is, you know, are we fundamentally believing everybody is bad, or maybe this is getting too philosophical, but I don't know. It just feels like if we've got the intent in there, maybe there's ways to wordsmith this so that it can be more I don't know, just more solid ground, if you will, but, you know, to me,
Okay.
I feel like we're spending a lot of time on something that won't be happening very often. Maybe
Okay.
I'm too optimistic.
Yep. I feel like we are spending a lot of time on this, and it's really down to just a little bit of wordsmithing. We have a lot else to cover, so let's see if we can go quickly through this and come to consensus, or at least get to a vote at some point. Dwayne.
Yeah, maybe one thing we could take from the one on the right to put into our current thing is the striking that phrase above that says heated by other than electric resistance. Seems like so that we're not demanding that it's gas heat in semi-heated spaces. And I have to say I'm starting to be a little pulled by some arguments I've heard, because if the heat pump is triple the efficiency of electric resistance during heating season, and if some nefarious person comes and re-enables the cooling for summer, did we still save energy annually? I think some of the things I've seen indicate that, yeah, we do save energy. So I'm starting to be pulled towards against my own thing where I struck that heat pump thing. So,
Okay, so I think what we would be voting on is the one on the right. So, and that would override the one on the left is my understanding of what we might eventually do. Let's make a few more comments and then see if we can get to a vote on this thing. Mike McGivern.
Yeah, I was going to state that I believe we could get around this statement with cooling capacity permanently disabled by requiring a heating only thermostat. Therefore, the cooling would never operate, and a heat pump will work on a heating only thermostat if it's wired correctly.
Okay. Alan likes that. Lisa.
Yeah, I appreciate Mike's comment. I was actually going to suggest something similar. And then just to provide context, because I'm guilty of providing this exception under the last code cycle. The whole purpose for this was to address exactly what I'm hearing through others, in that there is very efficient heat pump technology out there, and under the current code, that technology was not allowed in a semi-heated space. So that's why we put this exception in there in the first place, but tried to deal with the cooling capacity side of it so that we weren't opening the door for cooling in a semi-heated space. So long way of saying that was the purpose for that exception, was to support that better efficiency technology for heating a semi-heated space. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. How many people show with your reactions, like the idea of the heating only thermostat? I want to see your smiley faces or your thumbs ups and all that. Okay, everybody that is suggesting they like or don't like it, some people even love it. Okay, that sounds good. Dwayne, and then hopefully we can vote on this thing. Go ahead, Dwayne.
No, I'm done. You can move to the next person.
Move to the what?
Next person.
Okay, nobody else has their hand up, so.
We need to pre-approve by the jurisdiction.
I don't think so.
Yeah, we could strike that because that's different from the permanently disabled thing.
Okay.
I'm gonna make a motion to approve as written.
Okay, and I guess, great, motion on the table. Is there a second?
Patrick, as written, would not include any of these modifications.
Oh, well, I don't mean that, as modified.
Thank you.
Thank you, Krista.
And then just, Krista, for clarity, if we voted this forward, would this basically overwrite all the language in the one we passed last week, the 158?
Yes, because that it was the stated intent when we were modifying it.
Okay, awesome. So we have a motion on the floor.
Second,
We have a second.
Then, okay, for discussion,
Yes,
I'd
please.
I'd like to add in my things from that one on the left side of the screen about the infrared having to comply with, or do we need to, is there a place to make sure that the infrared is installed in compliance with with the occupancy sensor thing? Because that's critical, that this not just be stuff that's, if there's infrared heating in there, that it not be on, but are we just not even mentioning the infrared anymore?
Well, yeah, currently in the proposal, there's no infrared heating there because we're not limiting the heating type.
I don't think it's needed.
Okay,
I mean, with the theory that electric, I mean, this is the carbon number that's been decided on. Electric's actually better than gas, and we're not making any criteria on gas infrared heat.
okay.
Further discussion before we vote on this?
I think we should have a roll call vote.
I agree, Patrick. I didn't hear further discussion, so Krista, do you want to walk us through roll call?
Okay, Michael Baranik. Eric Bedell,
Aye.
Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
Yes.
Gary Hickman,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
John Lang, Mike McGivern,
Yes.
Alan Montpelier,
yes.
Eric Olnon,
Yes.
Andrew Poltorek, Irina Rasputnis,
Yes.
David Reddy,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenow,
Yes.
Sean Vig, Amy Wheelis,
Yes.
and that's everyone that I have. Is there another tag member that I didn't call?
Hey, Krista, it's John Lang. I couldn't find my mute button. I'm a yes.
Okay. So that's 14 yes, no nays. No stated abstentions.
Okay, all right, passes with flying colors. We have better code language. Thank you, everybody, for working through that. I know it takes a while. And ideally that happens outside of the tag, but I think we served our purpose today by doing that. So awesome. Now we're on to our second proposal today. Mass transfer deck. This is 150. And this is a Lisa proposal.
Yes.
Lisa, you have the floor.
Okay, great. Yeah, this proposal's back up. This is the original proposal, which is language that comes from the Seattle Energy Code, and the intent here is to make it clear that a building with a mass transfer deck is required to comply as under the component performance, or they have to use a UA calculation to demonstrate compliance. I understand there was feedback from other tag members that be happy to discuss those additional ideas, but we're holding to the original proposal here and seeking feedback.
Thanks, Lisa. Are there comments on this, questions on this?
I sent over a suggested definition to Krista and Lisa this morning and last week.
Okay, so Krista, you're probably bringing that up right now. And Patrick, can you tell us the main reason or big difference?
Well, I truly understand what this is, Shell, because I work with them every single day. And I understand the problems of the definition and why Lisa's getting questions. And the reality of it is, if you have a mass transfer deck and any of it is not insulated, you know, like a courtyard building or balconies, or like this drawing, say that is a balcony, you can't permit that building prescriptively because you can't insulate it to R5, and that's that. So you have to do either total UA calculations, or you can do a UA calculation and average the insulated transfer deck against the non-insulated transfer deck. And say you're using a 2x8 wall above, which allows you can have 3 inches of rigid on the perimeter of the insulated portion of a transfer deck. And if that outweighs the uninsulated portion, you could permit it prescriptively. So that's what my definition says. I had tried to say examples of the condition are below. Transition from type 1A to type 5A, very common. Transition from a 1A podium to a 1A tower, very common. And the last thing says a mass transfer deck slab edge may not be insulated, or it can be insulated. UA calculations are required to accommodate it. And so when the structural engineer wants to call Lisa, she says, we'll just refer to that. You can area weight average it.
Okay, so we have basically, we have a proposal and we have alternate language in the proposal on the screen in front of us. I guess, Lisa, what is, I guess when I look at this and I think, and I see in code language, something that says examples of the condition are below, I guess, is that good code language?
I don't know, Shal. It was just my attempt to try and define this. I had that same thought.
Yep. From Dwayne and Mike McGivern, is that good code language? Or is that enforceable code language?
We have put examples in code language before sometimes. I'm in this case not in favor of the proposed change by Patrick.
Okay.
I'll
Lisa.
mention, yeah, so just one thing I would like to say, because I'm not a structural engineer. And so I'm going to put that out there that I'm not comfortable. This language came from the Seattle Energy Code. So it's already, you know, language that is being enforced by a jurisdiction. And so, you know, without guidance from a structural engineer or you know, a group of people that, again, I understand Patrick works with this a lot, it feels like changing the original language from Seattle Energy Code without bringing in other experts. I'm not comfortable doing that because it's just not my area of expertise.
I think using the Seattle Energy Code as an example is not a good example because that code is a proprietary code and is not written by a committee. And so I don't really think that it's a prime example.
I mean, Dwayne knows more, but it's approved by a committee.
It's not approved by a committee of experts.
Is this?
Mike McGivern.
I was going to make a suggestion that as a compromise, maybe we take the last sentence out of Patrick's definition and add it to the last sentence of, or, you know, just take that sentence and move it to the end of
The sentence that I circled, Mike?
one on the left, yeah. So that just basically the UA calculations will be required if the mass transfer deck has any non-insulated square footage. That, in my mind, clarifies it enough to help anyone with questions.
And I would agree with you, Mike. That's a good idea.
So how do people feel about that? Use your reactions.
Well, I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay, we have a few people that like it. Dwayne doesn't like it.
It seems like a funny place to put a code requirement in the definition. Seems like that should be there should be a section in, like, you know, where we have walls and doors and there should be a mass transfer deck or something. I don't know.
Well, that's true too, Mike.
Yeah.
We don't have that kind of proposal going on.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is the right place to put it, but I would agree that that language, it does help address what's been identified as the issue, at least from what we've heard through our text.
No, this is not good language. A mass transfer deck by its nature cannot be insulated. That's why we have a special provision for this one.
That is not true. That is not true.
Patrick, please let Dwayne finish, okay?
So a mass transfer deck is transferring load from above out to another column line or wall, and that's and it's essential, like in those examples Patrick provided, where often it's a parking deck below, and there just isn't a way to reasonably insulate that. Where we have something like a cantilevered apartment deck, there are ways to insulate those, and those can be handled separately. But this is a real special situation that can't be insulated because concrete doesn't work that way. So I think that the way it's set up, this would be a mess if we added that additional sentence to the rest of the definition here.
So Dwayne, to make sure I understand, because I'll withdraw my acceptance of a friendly amendment if that's the case. I'm trying to understand. So ultimately what we're trying to say here is that if there's a mass transfer deck slab, that a UA calculation is required at all times. Is that the goal?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, what we've currently got is that we're allowing that mass transfer deck to be uninsulated because that's what they are.
Right.
And if you're doing a UA calculation, we assigned a particular U value that was actually made it a little less onerous for people to build that way.
Can I speak?
And so this is pretty well thought out, and I don't see any value in Patrick's suggested amendment.
Patrick.
Okay, thank you. Dwayne, you're wrong. A mass transfer deck can be insulated at those portions that do not look like that drawing. I do it every working day of my life. Yes, they can be insulated. So let's establish that. Second, I wrote this original proposal regarding mass transfer decks, and its intention was to give us relief for courtyard buildings or buildings that have a lot of conditions like the drawings. But you still have to do the UA calculations and you still have to average it out. Otherwise, technically, a mass transfer deck slab edge by definition would be mass wall, which in the Seattle Energy Code needs to be insulated to R18. So this was to allow relief to that. Possibly the best solution here is not do anything. We've been working with this definition for the last 6 years or longer, and it's been fine. I mean, the good addition is that the last sentence that says you cannot do it prescriptively. If you have a not insulated portion, then you can't meet the R5 and you can't do it prescriptively. And you know what Lisa's talking about, why she wanted to edit this is structural engineers calling up and saying, well, I can't break this. You know, how do I insulate it? Well, the answer is, well, you can't do it prescriptively. Someone's gonna have to figure it out.
So
if I was to make a motion, if nobody likes this language, I was just trying to help, Shell.
So Patrick, if I understand right, so the definition here is not the problem. It's really the footnote to the table. The main problem.
No, what's the footnote say?
Isn't this footnote J new language?
Yes, that is new language. That's language from the Seattle Energy Code.
Which there again is not a good example.
I guess I don't see the objection to the definition, but I can see where if you feel like the mass transfer deck is insulatable, that's a problem.
Well, what's an example of where this is insulatable? I mean, this is not a peripheral slab edge. It's a transfer deck.
And well, a transfer deck, you can still insulate it, Eric, if it doesn't have a courtyard or an extended podium. I mean, if it's in the planes are vertical and it's a transition from type 1 to type 5, you can insulate that perimeter. I do it day in, day out.
Yeah, but that's not a mass transfer slab edge. That's a peripheral slab edge.
No, it's a mass transfer deck slab edge. And I wrote the original proposal. I know what I'm talking about.
Well,
David, ready?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Eric that I know exactly what Patrick is referring to, the little step at this transition that is to accommodate like a pedestal based decking system. That in my opinion, per these definitions is a peripheral wall. It's a mass wall per the code, not a transfer deck. So I support these updates that Lisa has proposed.
Okay, I feel like there's a yawning gap between these two, and I think it would take a lot of time to try and bridge them today. So I would love us to see if we can move on. See if we can, we don't want to write onerous language, but I think I don't see how we're going to bridge these gaps today. So I'd love to hear a motion to move something forward.
Could I make a motion then to accept Lisa's proposal as originally written?
Yeah, without the additional language that was added. Do we have a second for the motion?
Second is David.
Okay, we have a second. And we have a motion and a second. Further discussion, Mike Fowler.
Krista was just showing the table for R values and U values. And my question is, in the R value table, that has been, the R5 has been stricken out and there's no requirement. Would that allow it to be prescriptively? Question 2 is down at the U values where we've added the footnote, there is the U.2. I just wonder if that should be a no requirement also, to make them the same. I was trying to figure out why the U.2 and not a requirement in the R value.
Yeah, I can answer that.
Okay.
That we were still allowing an R value method to be done. And since, by the way, a mass transfer deck works, you cannot insulate it. I said, well, okay, there's no requirement. But if the tag is so inclined, I'd be happy to just strike that whole line in the R value table with mass transfer deck slab edge. And go with some variation, just say that use part of that language from Patrick's proposal. It just says a UA calculation is required.
Yeah, Dwayne, this is Lisa Rosno. I would, as the proponent of the proposal, I would say that I would accept that as a friendly amendment. That is the language that was in the 2015 code, I believe, the mass transfer deck. There was not an R value in there before. I think that that's what's been causing the confusion that we've received through tech support. Jurisdictions who maybe don't understand how this all comes together have been confused by this, and have asked structural engineers to provide a thermal break. So I think taking that out just kind of removes that. And now we're back to just the U factor. And then if perhaps, Dwayne, I'd appreciate your feedback on this. If in footnote J, we remove that, a mass transfer deck due to its configuration is not insulated, if we just had, say, some language that stated that, UA calculation, if a mass transfer deck is present in the building, a UA calculation is required. I think that really cleans up a lot of the confusion. So I'm not sure where the best place to go, but I see what Chris is proposing there, that could really, I think, address a lot of the concerns that we've heard.
Thanks, Lisa. And I think it's not Krista that's proposing it. It's, I think Dwayne that's proposing it. Patrick?
If you add that language on the prescriptive table, it will not allow the code to go backwards. If you strike out the R5, then you could permit one of these 5/2s with no UA calculations, and a mass transfer deck could be insulated, would be not insulated, and that would be a huge hole.
So Patrick, if we add K in there as Krista's writing, that uses the last sentence from your proposal that's on the screen on the right, is that okay then?
Well, that's sure, it's okay, but is it, as a footnote, is it the best place? What if you just put it in the body shell right there? Just dropped it in there.
Oh, and Krista, please do not use the word edges. It just be, I think we've stricken that, so just be slabs.
There you go.
And so with that same
I think
sentence,
it needs to be singular. There's typically only one transfer deck, not multiple. Needs to be singular, slab.
Can we add the words for buildings with in there?
There you go.
Required for buildings with.
yes,
Right.
thank you.
All right, everybody, we have a motion, we have a second. Do we want to modify the motion with what's on the screen, or do we want to discuss it further?
One more little change. If you could,
Yes.
if you could scroll back up to the diagram, that we're putting in that mass transfer deck slab, and then we'd strike out the little thing right above that says mass transfer slab edge.
Yes.
We just X through that.
Yeah, I can't really do that.
Okay, but yes, that looks good. So and that's I think the modified proposal that I'm good with.
I have one additional recommendation as a modification. If you scroll back down to where the footnotes are, Krista, in the two tables, I feel that we should, that sentence, UA calculation shall be required for buildings with mass transfer deck slab. I believe that same sentence should also be in footnote J. The reason for that is the code does allow for prescriptive compliance via a U factor. So if we put that same sentence in footnote J, then it's clear in both tables that a UA calculation is always required in this case.
Agreed.
Okay, Patrick, you still have your hand up. Do you have something?
Oh, no, I'm just following along. Like I said.
Okay,
trying
good.
to-
And Dwayne, you still have a red X on your name, so you either don't like anything that anybody says or you haven't taken it down yet.
Is
I would
UA
love-
calculation the technical term for the code, or is that?
Yeah, that's,
Component, it's component performance per section C402.1.5.
Yes, that's better.
That's
yeah.
fine.
I guess also, I mean, C407 is a valid way to do compliance as well, right?
Yep.
So
Hey,
as
David.
long,
But with the UA cap, you basically have to do this anyway, so.
sure, yeah, you do.
Component performance. Yeah, I guess that works.
Or the minimum, I guess.
Would this be
envelope
prescriptive compliance must utilize component performance?
No, it's sending you over to the other table, Mike.
Well, but isn't that part of the prescriptive path as well? Both of them.
And that's why,
You
yeah,
can
that's why we
do a
put
UA
this.
calculation on just the slab itself. I mean, I do them all the time.
Yeah, that's why, Mike, I propose to include that sentence in footnote J. So because yes, you can comply via prescriptive U factor. So we're making it clear that the component performance path is the only, well, that and C407 are the only paths that are eligible if the building has this type of assembly or assembly type.
And that's a fact, Lisa. That is the only way you can permit one of those.
Yep.
David Reddy, do you still have your hand up?
All right.
Mike Kennedy, do you have anything further?
Yeah, Dwayne's suggestion to strike mass transfer edge in the graphic. I actually think that's kind of useful because it shows where the area comes from.
Agreed.
But we don't then mention that.
We do in the definition above, the area of the slab edge.
Well, ideally, it's renamed area of mass transfer slab edge.
Yeah,
I'll buy that.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like it's nice to know what area we're talking about because it seems like in the mass transfer deck, there's a couple possibilities.
Okay, I'm just going to suggest we move along, and I think we have general agreement. If somebody wanted to, I would like to vote on this now, and if somebody has some very minor adjustments to make to things later, that they can go away and do so. But I think we just need to move on for the sake of sanity.
I would like to make a motion to.
So we have a motion, we have a second.
Okay.
We're moving this forward. The motion and the second probably need to be amended.
Yeah.
Yes, so amended. So amended.
I'm amended to include the language that's currently on the screen and in the proposal as written by the committee or tag.
I think it's a roll call vote.
Yeah, we can do a roll call vote on this. Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Let's do a roll call.
Okay, Eric Bedell,
I'm going to abstain from this vote. I'm not smart enough related to yes or no on this.
Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
Yes.
Gary Hickenen,
Abstain.
Luke Howard,
I think Luke Howard just said he had to step away for a couple minutes.
Dwayne Johnson,
Yes.
John Lang,
Gonna have to abstain as well.
Mike McGivern,
Yes.
Alan Montpelier,
He had to step away as well.
okay, then Elizabeth Joyce, did you want to vote?
Abstain.
Eric Olnon,
Yes.
Irina Rasputnis,
Abstain.
David Reddy,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenow,
Yes.
Sean Vig, Amy Wheelis.
Yes.
Okay, that is 8 yes, 5 abstentions.
Does that mean it passes, Krista?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay. We'll move on to CMU walls. This is a Luke Howard one. Luke Howard stepped away for 5 minutes. So I think we'll have to move to the next one, 208, which is also Luke Howard one. Then 157, continuous insulation. This is Dwayne Johnlin, C4 2.1.3.
Okay, something we've had in the Seattle code for a couple cycles now, and this was as a request from people who use stainless steel for connectors that we provide some equivalency, since there's dramatically less conductance per square inch of that as compared with carbon steel. So we've just, this is basically just a clarification of something that we were giving permission for informally before, that you can use stainless steel and you can use 3 times as much of that area as you would be allowed to otherwise and still be defined as continuous insulation.
Makes sense to me, and it's kind of science-based, so. All right, are there further discussion? Anybody want to talk about this? Okay.
Motion to approve?
Motion. Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion, Patrick, you have your hand up.
It's interesting. Normally we use carbon Z-girts. There's not a lot of stainless. Dwayne, are you talking about stainless fasteners, not Z-girts?
Anything that qualifies as a metal penetration through the continuous insulation for carbon steel, you can use these other factors if you use stainless. You're right, it is less common.
Yes, and stainless steel does conduct heat slower than carbon steel due to its non-ferrous content. So I think that this is a positive addition.
Great. Further discussion? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. This passes with flying colors. Luke Howard, let me know when you're back and we'll get to your proposals. Next one is PTAC U factors 160. And this is Dwayne again.
Yes, it is. It's another thing in the Seattle code that we picked up from New York City's code to get real about the actual thermal resistance of a PTAC or PTHP through the wall piece of mechanical equipment. And so we have a default factor, a U factor of 0.5 for that. And with the exception that a manufacturer that has a tested value that is different than that can use that tested value instead. And this applies to any wall that has more than 1% of the area in mechanical equipment penetrations.
Okay. Any discussion on this one? Patrick has his hand up. I don't know if it's from the last time or this time. Any discussion? Okay,
Motion to approve is written.
we have a motion on the floor.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion. And I saw Lisa's hand go up.
Yeah, I don't know if Henry Odom is on the call. So I'll just relay a comment that he sent over. He mentioned that there are PTAC products out there now that do have a very small opening that this would actually be encouraging the utilization of that equipment. And so, you know, according to Henry, he did check in with product representatives and found that that this would not prohibit a reasonable number of products available out there. Plus, those that do not have that small opening, of course, would do the UA calculation. So we're in support of this proposal.
Great, thanks, Lisa. Patrick.
What the proposal is doing is forcing quantification of the flange equipment around package terminal air conditioners where there is a lot of heat loss. It is a good proposal. And say you have 100 unit apartment, you could have 100 of these, right, Dwayne?
Right.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, this motion passes with flying colors. We have 1 minute until our key discussion, so I'm hesitant to start a new proposal. We will get back to Luke Howard's proposals when we come back. Sammy Walls and elimination of some tables, but we also did take care of this one. So it is 10 o'clock. It is time for the main event today. So we have Johnny, who is the main proponent of this, and I understand there's significant revisions. So I think, Johnny, you're going to walk us through a redlined version of this so that everybody can see what changes were made. And I believe you also met with all the stakeholders that express interest in helping revise this. So also hearing from those other stakeholders that helped revise this would be helpful after Johnny gets done. I know this is going to attract a lot of attention, so we're going to cover this.
Shell, point of personal preference. I didn't know when it wasn't. Wasn't able to give any input. I don't think it's not the same process that we've gone through on the heat pump water heaters. So I just want to point that out, that it wasn't open to everybody and there weren't meetings to get people to go. It was a different process than we're going through with the heat pump water heaters.
Okay, so yeah, so Chris, apologies. I think we, yeah, we're basically sending it back to the proponent, and the proponent can convene people, and I would guess, I don't remember specifically, but with most of these, what we've done is had people volunteer to talk to the proponent, and so I know a lot of people have talked to the proponent about this. It sounds like you were not invited to that, or maybe you didn't volunteer for that. So did
Correct.
you?
Yeah, I don't. There was no volunteer. There wasn't, like, remember at the last meeting where you guys said who wants to be on, who wants to talk to the proponent. We didn't do that for the heat pump proposal, which so I mean, I guess my point is I would, I guess we'll talk about it later anyway.
Yep. Okay. And the last thing before Johnny starts up, the last thing I want to say is there's only a few proposals we're considering this cycle that will get us to the mandated 19% energy reduction this cycle. In my opinion, the path to get to the 19% energy reduction, the overall 70% energy reduction by that's required of this body, is through more heat pumps. And this proposal will include use of more heat pumps. So we need to, I would strongly urge everybody who doesn't like this proposal to rather, obviously state your case, but to try and help suggest things that would make it more to your liking so that we can encourage more heat pumps to be used. I see Gary has his hand up. I'd like to give it to the proponent, but Gary, if you have a quick thought, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, just a quick thought. Thanks, Chell. I understand about the mandate to hit 70%, but there is no mandate to get to 19%, as far as I know, during this code cycle. Obviously, it makes sense to get as far as we can towards that 70%, but there is no mandate.
That's true, and I'm paraphrasing some things from time to time. If you take where we are in the code, according to the legislative report from the 2018 code, and you draw a straight line to our 2031 required reductions for the legislature, that means we need about 19% each code cycle to get there. I think it would be irresponsible of us to wait until 2031 to make all the reductions. So Gary's right, there's no mandate for 19%, but I think it would be it wouldn't be a good idea for us to wait until 2031. Patrick.
Well, originally it was 7% per code cycle. When did it change to 19%?
So the commercial code has lagged behind progress towards 2031. So that's why we have there's two ways to look at it. There's one which is 70% or 7% absolute reduction each code cycle, or about I think it was like 13% relative to the previous code cycle each cycle. So there's the absolute 7% of the 2006 code every cycle, or it was like, I don't know, it was above 10% and below 15% reduction relative to the previous code each cycle. When I say 19% per cycle, that's the relative one. That's if you try and have the same reduction in each code cycle between now and 2031. Does that make sense, Patrick?
Well, sort of, but my second question is, how in the heck do you quantify all these code changes and come up with a percent number? It seems awfully subjective.
Well, the Building Code Council, after the last code cycle, paid a consultant to estimate that. And we have some of the people that did that on the line today. But yeah, they went back and looked at the baseline 2006 code and did some updates to that. And they also looked at the energy code in 2018 and the commercial code, and weighted the reductions in energy use reductions in the code based on weighting, based on estimated square footage of each building type built, and came out with that. And that legislative report, I'm very happy to forward to you. And it contains some of the methodology in there. We can go into the methodology at a different point. But that's where I'm getting the information from.
Okay, I would like to read that. Yes, please forward it.
Okay, it's on the Building Code Council website, and I will find a link and send it to, put it in the chat for everybody.
Sure, I think that's a good idea because, you know, like I said, awfully subjective.
I don't think it's as subjective as you're suggesting, but you're entitled to your opinion, obviously. I will put that in the chat. And I also brought up this report on the very first TAG meeting. So I guess I thought we had taken any comments on that report or the goals earlier. I don't want to spend a lot of time today talking about them. So I will put that in the window, and hopefully anyone who's interested can read it. All right, without further ado, Johnny.
Thank you so much. Could I be allowed to share my screen? I think I'm not allowed to do that while someone else is sharing their screen. Thank you. Can everyone see my screen?
Yep.
Sweet. Thank you so much for the time to present today. I'll just introduce myself. My name is Johnny Kocher. I work at RMI as an associate. I primarily work in the states of California and Washington. I've been working a lot with Shift Zero. Could someone please put themselves on mute who just may have joined? A little feedback. I've been working with Shift Zero on this code proposal and been meeting with a lot of folks who had comments between the first time that we talked about it now, and I'm very excited to present on what we have agreed to today. So the original heat pump space heating proposal, the summary was essentially that we were requiring heat pump space heating rather than fossil fuels or electric space heating in all commercial buildings. There were a few exceptions that were given for electric resistance heating for some small loads, as well as supplemental electric resistance heating for very cold weather. Since then, we've had like a very collaborative process where we've met with a lot of folks who brought up issues that they had in the first code proposal meeting. And through conversations and through looking at the actual code proposal and asking what changes they'd like to see, we've come with some key changes to the proposal today that I'll quickly walk through. That will answer some of the concerns that folks had. So for new construction, we are having we're adding some additional unit wattage for very cold temperatures and less than 4 degrees. We're allowing for some additional electric resistance wattage. The biggest changes are probably to exception 6. We consolidated a few exceptions together. We're also allowing for gas-fired backup for air-to-water heat pumps in climate zone 5. We're also allowing for gas-fired kitchen makeup units in climate zone 5. And then we removed some language that didn't really make sense in the proposal, and we're also added an addition for freeze protection. We also did quite a bit of changes to the alteration section, which I'll also go. So I'm gonna now kind of dive into each exception a little bit more. So for exception 2, we've essentially just added the 250 watts above what was permitted for climate zone 5, but these are for exterior design conditions below 4 degrees Fahrenheit. So instead of being able to only install 1,000 watts, you're now going to be able to install 1,250 watts of electric resistance for dwelling units. And for corner rooms, similarly, we're allowing 250 watts extra, but only in climate zone, only for exterior design conditions below 4 degrees Fahrenheit. So this is the biggest one here. This is exception 6. First, we kind of simplified it. Instead of having it, air to water heat pumps up to a certain size, 2000 MBH, we combine them all together into like one. We think that will like simplify the both the code for review as well as design condition, or for engineers who are trying to design to it. And we are also allowing fossil fuel fired backup for buildings in climate zone 5 if you're using an air source, air to water heat pump. You can also look at item A. The lockout temperature for backup heat is noted as 36 degrees if the supply water temperature cannot be maintained. In item B, the language was updated to say that the heat pump compressor needs to be first stage of heat down to the lowest exterior design temperature for which the equipment is rated. Before, we had a really specific design temperature, which was 17 degrees, which is like a typical rating temperature that manufacturers use, but it doesn't quite make sense when trying to specify language for the stages of heating. The last change is that we clarified that the air to water heat pump capacity for heat pumps rating at 47 degrees must be at least 75% of the design heating load when it is run at 29 degrees Fahrenheit. And 29 degrees Fahrenheit was selected because it was the highest outdoor design temperature in any area per Appendix C. This is a pretty simple one. Exception 10 for climate zones 5, we're now allowing for fossil.
I can't tell if it's my internet or not, but Johnny, I lost you for a few seconds. Could you back up 30 seconds?
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. What point did you lose me on exception 6?
I think we got through exception 6. I think it was the next slide that we're.
Okay, cool. Sorry about that. Yeah, this is a pretty simple one for exception 10. We're just allowing for fossil fuel in climate zone 10 for makeup air for, if you're a commercial kitchen in climate zone 10, you'll be able to use fossil fuel for your makeup air. And then we removed exceptions.
Okay, we lost you again. Could you turn off your camera, Johnny, and then start again with exception 16? The joy of remote meetings. Let's give Johnny a minute Johnny's internet provider a minute to get him back on. I guess while we're waiting for Johnny to get back on, Patrick, I hope you found the report that Amy posted in the chat. There's a report and there's also a letter to the legislature that summarizes the report, but it includes the charts that we're using. And while any data can be questioned, I think there was a good amount of effort, and in fact extra effort, that went into that report based on, I don't know, 5 or 6 MVE committees meetings, or maybe it was 4 or 5 MVE committees where we met with those who were preparing the report and looked at the data as best we could and made sure that that was a rigorous report. And it's been up on the Building Code Council website for a long time. And I thought I referred to it in the first tag. So I was hoping that we would get any questions on that earlier. But as always, this is an important, it's important to know what we are required to do.
We've got Johnny back.
So sorry about that.
Welcome back, Johnny.
Thank you.
You were on exception 16, I believe.
Yes. Cool. Exception.
And then Irina, you asked, is there a link to the version of the proposal? I believe it's up on the website. If you go to spcc.wa.gov or whatever, you will find the current proposal.
So sorry for the technical difficulties. I got booted from my internet, so I switched rooms. Hopefully that won't be a problem again. Yeah, so we just had an additional exception for freeze protection. So this is for, you know, spaces which are like mechanical rooms, electrical rooms, like rooms that will have like some sort of need some minimal amount of heating. And for temperatures, you know, where we need freeze protection, we wanted to make sure that there's an ability to add some electric resistance heating. So for the alteration section, before in the alteration section, there was essentially, you had to do all electric no matter what. We realized that there are a lot of design conditions in which that may be a challenge, and we wanted to kind of provide a more thoughtful situations in which we think that it would be where folks would be able to install heat pumps and upon doing an additional alteration. And we came up with a bunch of different scenarios. We think that like if an existing heat pump is being replaced or new heating capacity is being added to an existing system, it makes sense to be able to add a heat pump in that situation. When there's an existing fossil fuel fired or electric resistance unit with direct expansion cooling is replaced or a new heating capacity is added. And then fossil fuel fired furnace or electric resistance unit is replaced and the cooling is added to a same previously uncooled space. And then for fossil fuel or electric resistance boilers replaced, we think gas auxiliary heat in lieu of electric resistance is permissible for any climate zone. We just think, you know, if there's a large district heating, it might be difficult to replace a district heating boiler with an electric boiler or electric heat pumps in case there's enough capacity. And then a few more, where only one heating appliance is failing is replaced by another having the same or less heating capacity and the same or higher efficiency. And then we also just gave code officials have the discretion to grant additional exceptions based on space and practicality. We also added for hydronic equipment, we just want to make sure that if there is heating hydronic equipment being replaced, that it is sized to be like heat pump ready in the future. So, you know, we're thinking like 120 degrees or less. I used to work in an airport where we did this because we had a high temperature hot water system and we were trying to move to an all electric system. So we started replacing all of our tertiary loops and heat exchangers in order to prepare for that. So I think this makes sense. Cool. So that was the changes we're making to the code. I'm sure people will have questions about it. I just want to quickly run through the economic model assumptions. Basically, we ran two different models, a 54,000 square foot medium office building and a 25,000 square foot small retail store in two different climates. And the results found that everything in green is basically the one that's being favored. So the one on the left is the fossil fuel fired baseline. For the mountainous regions, it looks like the present value of the capital costs and the present value of the utility costs are slightly lower. as well as the total life cycle cost. That isn't when you count the social cost of carbon. When you include the social cost of carbon that's suggested through the economic model that Washington State Department of Commerce suggests, the single packaged heat pump is more cost effective. And in coastal regions, the single zone packaged heat pump was just more cost effective in every metric. That's for the medium office building, and similarly for the retail store, the heat pump is found to be more cost effective when including the social cost of carbon in both situations. The energy modeling results, there's a 6 modeled EUI savings for both climate zones 4C and 5B for the medium office building, and 12 EUI for the small retail store. I do want to flag that the models that we used were not based off of the Washington State Energy Code 2006 model, so it's difficult for us to do a straight up comparison between the two, but kind of looking at the results here, it seems like we're in ballpark of like what we would expect for going from a base building to a packaged heat pump system. So I talked about this a little bit last week about with heat pump water heating. The reason why the utility costs aren't going to explode on you for using all electric heat pumps is that natural gas prices are expected to increase over time. And this is based on the NISD projected fuel price indices required through the life cycle model that the Department of Commerce recommends that we use. And as we see more and more air source heat pumps being installed, we expect there to be cost compression. And this is data from NYSERDA. So, we're thinking we could see cost compression up to 20% by 2040, and the highest threshold we think is about 40%. Frequently asked questions is about what cold climate heat pumps. We know that there are units that get COPs as high as we got 2.8, 2.5, and 10 degrees Fahrenheit, can even be up to around 2.5 and 0 degrees dry bulb temperature, which is what we'd expect for Spokane. So there are some products that are able to reach the high efficiencies at very cold temperatures, but we did allow an exception for fossil fuel heating for those areas, for the water source heat pumps at least. Basically the same information. And then what about grid capacity? Well, just like one point, this has been brought up a few times. The actual amount of loads in Washington has actually been decreasing over time. So every strategic plan, it shows that loads are actually going to be lower in the future than we would expect, and that the actuals tend to be decreasing at a pretty steady decline. So I wouldn't expect that this code proposal is going to cause there to be large amounts of grid demand that's going to cause any problems. Thanks everybody for being patient with that. I'll now pass it back to Chelv and we can have some conversation about the proposal.
Okay, we have a presentation, and I know this is going to be a wide-ranging discussion. The way I'm thinking about considering this is going through the proposal piece by piece. That way we can comment on the actual language in the proposal rather than making broad statements about the proposal. I'd rather focus on the language in it. We can certainly make broad statements about the proposal, but I'd rather focus on the language and whether the language is acceptable to the tag, and we'll eventually possibly vote on it today. So I see gas industry well represented in raising hands. So Dan.
Thanks, Jill. So Johnny, can you bring your slide deck back up? Is that okay? Jill, can you do that? I just I'd like to see slide 16, the capital cost assessment. Again, we kind of blew past that one pretty quickly. And then I also have a question on slide 18. So you can stop there if you want. I'll ask my question first. This is grid loads declining. Is this average loads over a year? Does this reflect peak loads? And that's actually,
Johnny, you're on mute.
And that's actually also Seattle So is this all Washington loads, number one? Number two, is it peak load or average energy?
I believe it's average load. I would have to ask Dwayne, who I was able to get information from.
Okay, thank you. And could you go back to slide 16, or I could probably look at it later. I just want to take a quick gander at it. I wasn't able to process it completely when you had it up.
Yeah, sorry for blowing through that. I was trying to get the conversation here.
So what's the percentage? What are we looking at?
Yeah. So this is a cost compression projections that the NYSERDA put out in their carbon-free buildings roadmap actually like last month. This is just showing the possibility for cost compression as technologies become more saturated in the marketplace. I think this is probably, air source heat pumps are already a fairly mature appliance, but they can still come down in cost. And yeah, this is just reflecting that essentially.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks, Dan. The next, Gary, had his hand up.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate it. First of all, at least a slight objection to the lateness of being able to look at and review a modified proposal, but I think that my comments will be appropriate, and I am going to make a number of general and specific statements. This proposal does basically ban the use of natural gas and propane for space heating, with obviously now a few small objections for some areas east of the mountains. Looking at the economic model, it looked like it only looked at single zone packaged equipment. I would wonder what it would look like in a larger office building or a larger commercial building utilizing the cold climate, higher efficiency ductless heat pumps. I have a feeling that the capital cost would be much, much higher. And at least the initial proposal didn't have just a few exceptions. It had 17 exceptions, which will make this virtually unenforceable and ineffective. Quite a few of those exceptions will allow the use of electric resistance heating or backup during cold weather and during peak demand, when you'll actually be increasing emissions and not decreasing emissions. So there's just, as far as I'm concerned, so many issues with this. It states that it significantly reduces emissions, but really doesn't provide any substantiation of that statement. Utilizing the social cost of carbon, I know is required in life cycle cost, but it's not an actual cost today. Consumers, building owners are not paying social cost of carbon as a part of their gas bill or electric bill. And so that just skews, in my mind, the cost effectiveness of this. So I just have a whole lot of problems with this particular proposal. And, I'll allow others to speak now. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. And if I'm trying to summarize what you said, and obviously I will be paraphrasing and interpreting, but you said, one, it bans gas, which 2, it has limited economic analysis, and 3, there's fewer exceptions and it is unenforceable. I was trying to write down your in summarizing your objections. Are those your 3 main objections?
Well, I guess that's 3 of them. But I'm going to allow others to speak because I know others have issues.
Okay, thank you. Peter was the next person with their hand raised.
Thank you very much. Peter Galiski, Association Washington Business. Coming at this from a little bit of a different perspective with the broader business community's concerns. First of all, I think we'd like to highlight some of our concerns about the impact on system reliability and power reliability that this was discussed. I would agree with Dan that we're not sure that that modeling of sort of the grid impacts is all accurate. The Northwest Power Conservation Council does predict growing risks of power outage on a system-wide basis as we grow into the 2020s and come closer to the 2030s. I think we saw some of those concerns earlier with this the heat wave when everyone was using a lot of electricity to power their AC units, and parts of the state did have to deal with some rolling blackouts. I think if we're shifting a lot of the natural gas load over to electricity, we'd see that also in the cold parts of the year, certainly in the east part of the state, but also certainly on the west side as well too. So really concerned about that. Additionally, the same graph about the cost of electricity versus natural gas, that's not really in line with the experience that our members are seeing, which is cost increases of electricity going up over time. Certainly, as we're looking to increase investments in renewable energy, there's going to be capital costs that's going to be pushed onto the consumers and rate base. And we do not think that process is going to drive prices down. Rather, we think those will be driving prices upward. Finally, on the just concerns about the look at the two test cases for buildings, those were some low hot water and low heat buildings. Thinking like convention centers or hotels or large multifamily apartment buildings would have different energy uses and different energy profiles, certainly as they relate to the cost of producing the needed heat for those different units. So we think that perhaps looking at some of those higher use would have a different perspective on what the costs are going to be with that. Finally, we'd also just think that, there's recent legislation has been passed that's driving additional costs for small businesses and other renters in these buildings and large sort of office spaces that help absorb and pay for the capital costs for these buildings. This is a group of our membership that's really struggling as we're looking to come out of the pandemic, and this is going to be putting additional costs on a group that's already suffering a cascading of additional, albeit temporary, but still very expensive costs to maintain business operations during the pandemic. So we're really sensitive to the fact that this is going to further increase in cost for this group of small and medium-sized business owners who are the tenants in these buildings who will be having to absorb some of these costs on that. So we think that perhaps doing an economic model on something like this, cost and benefit analysis would be sort of germane to just driving some of the larger pictures of what this proposal is going to do. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. I have Chris Haas as next on the list.
Hey, good morning. So Chris Haas with the Washington State Association, UA Local 32. So I've been a technician for 30 years, and I'll give you a couple quick examples of what happens in buildings that have low heat capacity. Is you get space heaters everywhere. When people have comfort complaints, the cost of carbon goes away. They don't care, they're cold, they're going to get space heaters. That's just been my experience. So when we're designing buildings that under cold weather conditions cannot replace the heat lost to the outside because we don't have enough BTU capacities, you will see an increased demand on the power structure as load goes up, because you're going to see a lot more use of space heaters. Actually, I liked the fact that you added gas backup heat into climate zone 5, but I believe we need to actually have that same language in climate zone 4, which is our side of the mountains. And it mainly because of the when we have a long period of time with low temperatures, even our gas equipment has trouble keeping up. So having, if you're going to rely upon electric resistant heat at a lot lower capacity based off of the design quotations, the heat pumps are going to struggle to keep up. So I think if you thought about potentially adding the gas backup, that would actually be able to provide the comfort and keep space heating out of the equation. Another note, again, it comes back to what I commented on earlier. You have language in there for controls locking out space heat. All of that can be overridden. Again, under low temperatures, you're going to have the electric heaters running at the same time as the heat pump, and it's going to put increased load onto the system. And then a third point is I know that your chart showed a decrease in the actual electrical load. A lot of that actually has to do with the fact that over the last 20 years, we've been replacing electric boilers throughout the region with 90+% gas-fired boilers, taking those old boilers offline, putting them actually onto gas. Same thing with replacing a lot of the older HVAC units in Seattle and King County that had straight electric resistant heat for heat, and putting in gas-fired appliances. So some of the load is because we shifted that energy to get to the gas system. Taking those buildings off of the gas system, putting them back on the load, your numbers are just going to reset to where we were at, 10, 15 years ago. So just a little bit of food for thought for somebody who's been in industry for 30 years. And then I can answer any questions if anybody has any. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Chris. I guess to the question about not providing enough heat, if a building is designed adequately, presumably it would provide enough heat, right?
Well, at the design temperatures. So if we're using a
Yep.
design
Okay.
temperature of 29 degrees, yeah. But think of it this way: when you get below design temperature, for every degree that you're below design temperature, your indoor air temperature is going to drop a degree. So if we're sitting at if we got like 2 weeks of 20-degree temperature or lower, then we just don't have enough heat to keep up. And even right now, with the way we design buildings using gas heat, we struggle to keep the temperatures up. But what happens is that when a tenant's complaining and the heat pump's doing all it can, the building owner or the property manager buys them a space heater. That's just what they do. Here, put this by your feet.
Okay.
It'll help keep you warm.
Yep.
I've seen it throughout my entire career.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Chris.
welcome.
Sloan has to leave soon, so Sloan, let's hear from you.
Hi, thank you. I'd like to add about using heat pumps in commercial buildings and multifamily buildings that we've been doing in the last several years in Seattle for space heating. Just my experience with those systems. We've been building 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8-story buildings in Seattle and have been able to provide space heat using heat pumps, either exclusively or partially with heat pumps, and have found a fair amount of success doing so, both on a cost basis and also on a ease of installation basis and a tenant satisfaction basis. And that was both on some market rate and some higher end type buildings in the 25 to 100 unit range apartment buildings. We have had very good experiences with that and have currently designed several new buildings to be using exclusively heat pumps for space heating, some of which have a backup of electric resistance. Additionally, just a response to the previous speaker's point about needing additional space heaters in off temperature times. The types of buildings we've been building have been using advanced insulation and going beyond the current energy codes, and that has resulted in not needing space heating or any additional heating sources. So having the building code kind of keep up has helped with not needing any additional heating sources. So I think that these things kind of go hand in hand. We have noticed on our projects that the heat pumps have worked very well. We've used both air source and water source heat pump for space heating. And we've been able to make those systems work for our projects, and we'll continue to do so. Thank you.
Thanks, Sloan. That which exists must be possible. So it sounds like it exists and it's possible, at least. David, ready?
Yeah, thanks, Johnny, for the presentation. One comment on the last provision regarding freeze protection. I think we may have to revise that to be consistent with the discussion we had on semi-heated spaces. no longer requiring insulation as if they're a condition if they are below the semi-heated capacity. So maybe just a reference back to semi-heated as an exception to the insulation requirements.
Thanks, David.
Thanks.
I guess if we're done with presentations, Krista could bring up the language again. We have lots and lots of people to speak, but as suggestions come in, it'd be great to see what they do to the language of this proposal. Chris Burrows, I think you're next.
Hey, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Shell. So I appreciate a chance to be able to talk on this. And Johnny, I appreciate you bringing up new ideas and bringing this stuff in. There's a lot of people that are going to talk a lot about different things, but I wanted to hopefully bring a couple unique points from our perspective as a gas and electric combined utility to the future of where we're going with green energy, with energy in Washington State. There's a couple kind of high level points that we have that we kind of want to work towards at PSC or kind of get out there. And the first one is that PSC supports heat pump technology, and we see the use of heat pumps as a major contributor to the reduction of energy use and carbon emissions in Washington State's energy future. That being said, there's a couple of concerns with this proposal, and one of our major concerns is that this proposal would delay the continued development of energy efficient gas equipment, including commercial gas heat pumps, which can contribute to our overall TAG's goal of a 70% energy reduction by 2030. And I would hate to see us just shutting that down as we go. And then the other thing that's kind of really important to us, and this is from both the gas utility and an electric utility perspective because of those peak issues that we've talked about. We talked about a couple of meetings ago. The PSC would like to allow for the use of natural gas as a backup and supplemental heat within any proposal. We'd also like to, as much as possible within code language, allow for the development of more commercial hybrid heating technologies where you're using that heat pump technology for a majority of the year. But then when we get to those peak loads, that's going to really start costing and affecting the citizens of Washington State, that we have the ability to have natural gas as that heating source for a resilient energy economy. Specifically going into the proposal, there's the exception for the 2,500 foot exception for small businesses. This one raised a couple concerns amongst our engineers, just defining if we feel like there's probably a lot of that space out there, and allowing all of them to just start using electric forced air furnaces or baseboard. I don't know that we would get the results that we want from a lowering of energy use perspective by having such a large exemption and allowing them to go back to electric resistance heat. And then,
so Chris, just to your comment on the language is that 2,500 is too big.
I don't know if it's too big, or I think it's worth more discussion. It seems like if it's 2,500 foot for a building, there's a lot of space out there that I feel is covered by that. And either we want to make it smaller. I also feel like a lot of those people, those packaged heat pumps are great for those smaller locations. So I guess getting a little more explanation of why we would need an exemption for the small buildings.
Okay, thanks. I love comments on the actual language. That's
yeah.
Great.
Yeah, and then I guess any other specific language content it would be cool if we could work and find something where we get to the backup as electric resistance when listed in here as air-to-air resistance, that we also allow for fossil fuel backup. I mean, that's kind of the overarching goal of what we would want to go for.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah.
Michael Hedrick is next.
Hello, everybody hear me okay?
Yep, loud and clear.
Great. Thank you, Shell and the Energy Tag for hosting this helpful discussion. I'm a professional engineer in Washington State and working in the HVAC industry at McKinstry. I'm here to speak in strong support of the heat pump space heating Washington State Energy Code Amendment. I've personally been involved in several projects over the last few years, totaling 3.9 million gross square foot in various locations across the state that are voluntarily pursuing heat pump heating systems complying with the proposed amendment language being discussed today. Heat pump technology has matured to the point where it is reliable, well understood, even in cold climates, and can be implemented cost effectively. One specific case study that I'd like to bring up is just the Washington State University Everett building. It's a 96,000 square foot, 4-story higher education facility with labs, classrooms, and office spaces. It was delivered through the Washington State design competition process that considered both energy performance and cost, and was permitted under the 2012 Washington State Energy Code. Heat pumps and other energy saving measures were proven to be cost effective through the state required and peer reviewed energy life cycle cost analysis process for that project. And the building heating is provided by an all electric VRF heat pump heating central plant and DX heat pump DOAS air handling unit, neither of which have electric resistance backup heat. The project finished construction in 2017 and has proven to be a reliable system with very few maintenance issues. I think it's worth noting that that building is operating at an EUI of 25, and that was a pre-COVID kind of operating condition before renewables were applied. So while that project's heat pump plant was a VRF system, we've successfully designed and installed heat pumps of various different configurations and sizes all across the state, including air to water, package DX, and water to water heat pumps utilizing several different heat sources. So I would just urge the TAG committee to vote in support of the proposed amendment today. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. It's great to have project examples of what works. So next on my list is John Frankel.
Good morning, everybody. Again, thanks for the opportunity. We've heard some testimony that I would characterize as kind of non-intuitive, that really don't support this in a way that, that they think they might. We've heard testimony and seen the proposal that heat pumps are just as cost effective as gas. We've heard that they fit just as easily in the same applications and they have just as good an ROI. And with some reliance on some California climate analysis, we've seen that they perform better than gas.
Luke? Oh, did he go upstairs?
Hello, somebody needs to mute.
I muted somebody.
We've also heard from the proponent that upfront costs and net present value for heat pumps can be higher on the water heat side, as much as $250 a square foot, and higher in his analysis on the space heat. And we know that intuitively that's going to negatively impact small business, Black, Indigenous, people of color, and create barriers to entry. So if all that's true, why would you need a ban on gas? If the market is already installing them, and that, as we've heard from testimony, that they are just as cost effective and that they fit as many applications, then you would see market transformation without a ban, and that you are unnecessarily limiting choice without that. So the reasons would be twofold. One, as stated, that you would need to have this in order to meet the state mandate. That as it's stated in the opinion of the chair, that is the only way to achieve the 70% energy reduction. NEA's analysis shows otherwise. They show that you can get to that 70% reduction with gas, and that needs to be considered more than what we've seen as just assertions made by the chair about how this is the only way to get there. The second reason that you would vote for this ban is it would you would have to immediately halt the greenhouse gas emissions associated with the direct use of natural gas in commercial. But according to state inventories, all commercial cooking, space heat, and water heat account for about 3.5% of greenhouse gas emissions. And as stated in a previous meeting, new construction accounts for about 1/3 of that. So this action of reducing, of banning natural gas in space and water heat, and I'll put those both together, would reduce greenhouse gases by about 1%. RMI has stated that the net outcome of this is we're going to see substantial increases in greenhouse gas emissions. That's not accurate. In comparison, transportation and electric generation account for about 62% of emissions, and those are the areas that really require the focus. Just to state that the gas industry believes or understands from the data that the emissions are low, despite the very high level of energy provided in the region. They are still taking steps to decarbonize. Activists have dismissed those without proof. We've heard them say that they just think that that's an ambition, that there is not really any serious intent behind it. That's simply not true. The industry has already taken steps. They're in their plans. Our intention, I think, is to bring forward some deeper information about the most current information regarding renewable natural gas and the decarbonization. And very soon the industry will have about 2% renewables on the system. Compare that to the power industry, which has been working for several decades to bring renewables on the system and has about 8% wind and solar, which are intermittent resources that you get about 30% of the time. So there's been a little discussion about resource inadequacy. RMI's grid load chart was for Seattle only. It doesn't show peak, and it does not show the impact of the expected vehicle electrification. I would refer instead to the July 8th CEDAR report produced by DOC and WUTC, which expresses grave concerns about the ability to supply power in the region. And that's without yet considering the impact of electrification of both direct use of natural gas and vehicles. In that report, they state that without natural gas generation, there is a 16% probability of regional outages, and that the winter peak shortfalls, even without the electrification, will be as high as 6,500 megawatts. And those that are not associated with the power industry, that's equivalent to about 12 wind farms.
John,
at about $1 billion each.
John, can you post a link to that report?
I will indeed. I'll post that report. I'll post actually all the references I'm making here to state reports. I can post. It's all readily available. And then there's.
I also want to clarify that this under discussion today is not how the state generates electricity.
It is related to the statement made by RMI that we need to do this to decarbonize, and that this is a better alternative to decarbonize than it is to go with all electric. That if we do electrify, you are going to create additional demand. That demand is already not going to be met. And in fact, this report indicated that there is no regulatory structure that exists right now for cooperation between the power utilities. In fact, cooperation in a way that is indicated as required would be contrary to their own regulatory structure. And that that they would have and this report indicates that there would be a very strong reliance on power from outside the region, which at this time, market power from outside the region is about 35% fossil fuel. And the last point I want to make is about rate shock. Rate shock is real. City of Seattle, who is modeling their rates based on electrification as they've taken greater steps to electrify, just this week announced that they intend to raise rates 20% in the next 5 years. So there will be consequences. So those of you that are kind of on the fence and wondering whether about this is a good idea to vote for a ban as opposed to including these types of measures in options tables and letting the market transform on its own, I would say that if you push it, you are likely going to create additional resource adequacy issues and you'll have a rate shock. Thanks, and I'm available for any questions. I will post the references that I made to the state reports in the chat.
Thanks, John. And since you addressed me directly, I'll respond that my intent is that I don't see a way to get to the 70% reduction without a massive increase in the use of heat pumps. And I think Chris Burrows said something that was not entirely dissimilar than that. And I challenge anyone who suggests otherwise to please put forth a proposal and show a path to get there. With the proposals we have on the table now that we can actually discuss, there's only a few that are that can substantively get us a significant energy reductions. This is one of them, and
and Chair Anderson, I just to have offer you opposition to that. NEIA, Northwest Energy Efficiency Alliance, has performed the analysis, and they do show that in the commercial sector that we can achieve that 70% mandated reduction with natural gas.
Okay, and that's fine. Is there a proposal that kind of moves us on our way to get there? I guess that's what my challenge is. If there's not a
proposal, yeah, it's. I think this is where we're leading to. The proposal, first of all, we don't see a way to navigate this with amendments. That we stand in opposition to this proposal. That the alternative is that we look at the options table to find ways to create an incentive that moves the market that direction.
Okay, so I guess what you're saying is if we voted this down today, or strongly amended it or something like that, you're saying we could see all the savings that we need in this, or almost all the savings we need in the 406 table?
I'm not saying that. That's what NIA says.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Next on the list is stand price.
Hi, thanks, Shell, and thanks for giving me a few minutes here. I don't have any comments specifically on the proposal language, but there were a couple of areas that have come up that were sort of general statements that have intrigued me. And since a picture is sometimes worth 1,000 words, I'm wondering, Krista, if I could share my screen, if you could allow me to do that. I just have a couple of slides that relate to this discussion. If, Jill, can you see those? Can you see that here?
See the screen, thanks.
Great. This issue about the sort of grid effects of this proposal were intriguing to me as I started to follow this process of the tag this year. And when I thought about it intuitively, I thought that the impacts of this on the grid system had to be relatively modest. And I based, at least initially modest, certainly. And I based that on sort of the notion of how much new construction actually happens on an annual basis relative to total existing square footage. And this is just a visual to to sort of give that without getting directly into the numbers. And you could just see on an annual basis, as we all know, the amount of new square footage that occurs is a very tiny fraction of the existing building square footage. So I went to the Northwest Power and Conservation Council and got their floor area data, and with some help from Caroline, put together this particular slide. So intuitively, I felt, well, what would be the actual grid impacts here? So I actually spent some time with the council staff and asking them about what they thought the impact of electrification would be on load growth. So this analysis that I'm showing here is actually not mine. This is stuff that has been done recently by the Power Council pursuant to the work they're doing on the 8th Power Plan. So what's here is an analysis that they did, which was, I think, pretty close to mimicking some of the effects that we might see from moving forward with this particular space heating. And I'll say parenthetically, the water heating heat pump proposal as well. There were a few key differences in terms of their analysis. When they looked at this effect of electrification, first off, they were considering both residential and commercial. So this is a more embracive analysis in relationship to grid effect than the proposal that we're directly looking at today. Second is they allowed electric resistance heating in a much more significant way than this code proposal would allow. So again, a bit more embracive analysis. And finally, just from a date perspective, they started a little bit earlier with the analysis than when this code provision would actually begin to affect buildings in Washington state. But all that considered, when you look then at these regional numbers, they looked at both the peak impact as well as the energy impacts of this sort of electrification. These are regional numbers. And so Washington state represents about 60% of the regional load. And I asked directly council staff the question of, well, would Washington state somehow look differently than the regional numbers? And their response was they were kind of reassured that Washington would look as we would sort of predict Washington State would look similar to the trends that are happening in the region. So there would be nothing sort of counter trend in relationship to what happened to Washington State. So there's a bunch of little teeny tiny numbers here, but what you get is that when you look at the peak load impacts from this electrification, it sort of confirms that intuitive notion that that effects on the grid are relatively modest to begin with, because new construction will represent a modest amount of what's happening on an annualized basis. And so when you project these council numbers out to 2030, you see about a 1.7% increase over baseline in relationship to peak loads from electrification. Granted, a larger increase in relationship to energy use over time. And so I thought that this was hopeful because it sort of confirms this notion that I don't want to say slow burn, but it's sort of an analogy of a slow burn in relationship to the effect on the utility system, which would hopefully provide ample time for adjustments and planning in order to be able to accommodate grid impacts from these kinds of proposals. So I just wanted to share that because I spent some time with the Power Council actually looking at their numbers. So thank you, Shel, for allowing me to put that into play.
Thanks, Stan. It's great to have well thought through facts on the table. And I believe all presentations that we see today with visuals should be sent to Krista for posting on the TAG website.
Can do.
And also, just for everybody's knowledge, there are recordings of these available. So you can always go back and look for the audio over the PowerPoints on these. So just FYI. So Eric Vandermeer, I have down as next.
Good morning, Shel. I'd just like to just make a couple of technical comments about the proposal this time. I guess generally I agree that some provision of heat pump heating is needed, and personally I think there's probably some that this code cycle there probably should be more allowances for fossil fuels for backup heating to that primary heat pump heating. And I think there needs to be a careful analysis done with the cold weather climate zones. I've only designed a few heat pump projects for really cold weather zones, minus in areas that are less than say 0 or less than 10 degrees. And it can be challenging to do that, to install the heat pumps. It's a little bit different scenario and a little bit more complicated. And there are more needs for backup heat. And I think the one exception that maybe is missing that I know was discussed in the Seattle code cycle, but didn't make the Seattle code based on being in, a more milder climate, was the need for exceptions for dedicated outdoor air units with energy recovered ventilation that have supplemental heat, whether that's for preheat for the incoming outdoor air to get it up to a temperature needed to run the energy recovery ventilation, or just really extreme temperatures in certain climates where are certain locations where you may be designing for -10 or -17, where you need to be either use natural gas preheat or electric preheat. So I think there's probably a specific exception that we want to look at there for dedicated outdoor air units and supplemental heat requirements. So that's what I'll limit my comments today for, but it seems like in general, this proposal is moving in the right direction to allow a little bit broader scope than what was proposed for City of Seattle. And I think there's still work to be done to get the appropriate exceptions in there for some of these different building types for cold weather climates. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. So what in summary of a couple things you suggested were more allowances for fossil fuels and then a DOAS exception. But so we can, I guess, as we move forward, we can look at what specific wording you would add. Do you have specific wording for those things, or?
I have not developed specific language. I can work on doing that and work with the proponent if needed, but yes.
Okay, that's great to have those kind of specific comments. Next on my list is Kevin.
Thank you. And to the chair, you specified requested that people be specific to the proposal, so I'll try to do that. I was wondering if I might share my screen.
Please do.
Okay. Looks like okay, here we go. So I just wanted to refer to the NEA report that Johnny actually referred to indirectly. This is the code roadmap looking at how to achieve that 70% reduction that's been mandated. And specifically this table. And just wanted to address the first sentence in the proposal, which is essentially excludes gas technology from participating in getting that energy reduction. And if we look at the table on the screen, I want to clarify a couple of things. First of all, NEA looked at a lot of measures, so envelope measures, lighting, all that. That's all in the background. These are comparing specific space heating technologies on top of those savings. And the WSHP is a water source heat pump, so it's a water loop that rejects heat through a cooling tower and gains heat through a boiler, in this case, a gas-fired boiler. And you can see that you're achieving 82% savings. Similarly, with the radiant floor, that's getting heat from a chiller, electric chiller, or excuse me, cooling from an electric chiller and heat from a gas-fired boiler. And again, we're seeing the savings achieved for both large office and medium office. And going to, I forget, I'm sorry, the exception number, but there was the small buildings exception for retail. You can see here for standalone retail, the PZS is a packaged single zone heat pump or a packaged single zone DX cooling unit, so also known as a gas pack. This would be a high efficiency unit in both cases, but you can see the savings are identical in both climate zones. So I would suggest allowing for this technology, the packaged DX AC gas furnace, to serve those loads. You can see also in a secondary school, yes, the heat pump does better, but both technologies are, in a similar range. Likewise for the mid-range apartment, got split heat pumps and split DX with the gas furnace. Similar savings, not identical. I see that this split heat pump is doing better. And I want to point out that none of these technologies include gas heat pumps, which are commercially available and continue to be in development. So that's a couple, just specifically that single first sentence. I was also curious, exception 16 was removed, which would allow diesel fossil fuel fired generators. I'm wondering, does that mean no fossil fuel fired generators would be allowed? And so my question would be, what is the alternative for a commercial building that needs backup power? And that's the whole of my comments. Thank you.
Just a quick response on that. The last exception we removed because we felt that it wasn't appropriate for this portion of the code, which is specifically talking about HVAC, and probably belong in a different portion of the code. So
I understand.
We're not really commenting on emergency generator fossil fuel usage.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Thanks, Kevin, for walking us through the report. That's great information. Skander.
Yeah, good afternoon. Jill, thanks for hosting the meeting and giving me the opportunity to speak. My name's Skander Spies, and I'm a licensed mechanical engineer with McKinstry, and I have 15 years of experience in HVAC design, construction, and energy management. I just want to voice my strong support for this proposal as it's currently written, and going to speak to some of the common objections that we've been kind of talking about today, but some that we haven't. Particularly, previously, I know there was some discussion regarding the proposed sizing limits on electrical equipment being arbitrary or unreasonable. And just kind of wanted to add my perspective as a design practitioner. I'm of the opinion that adding specific equipment size limits is a simple way to force designers and practitioners to collaboratively improve the entire building. When you consider it as a system, it accomplishes energy conservation both through limiting equipment size and limiting use of non-optimally efficient equipment. And then I also just want to add my firsthand perspective regarding the concerns that heat pump systems, don't work effectively in extreme low temperatures, and or that, a heat pump based building may not be able to meet peak loads. And, as the RMI presentation indicated, there's a pretty good variety of systems and equipment that we can currently put together that's not available on the market and has demonstrated heating performance in temperatures as cold as anywhere we find in Washington State. It's important to consider the timeline that this code section is going to be adopted. There will almost certainly be even more products available at increasingly competitive price points. And I have firsthand experience with systems that I designed and installed and have, seen operating more efficiently than electric resistance at temperatures below 0 Fahrenheit. And then one more point on utility reliability, the concern of severe cold temperatures and widespread use of electric resistance backup might cause massive peak loads on the grid. And on the demand side, in the design community, we're seeing a lot more interest in and implementation of proven technologies like heat recovery and thermal storage that specifically limit peak load demands from buildings. That's something we're doing in the vast majority of new construction market rate projects already. Particularly for buildings in much more, the much more population dense climate zone 4, we have ample energy modeling data that indicates electric backup heating equipment, rarely operates, if ever, even during peak climatic events. And on the supply side, the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners reports a dramatic increase in the implementation of utility scale energy storage, and companies like EDO are now providing active building and demand management for utilities to wrap around the meter. And I really am of the opinion that adoption of this code language works in concert to make sure these measures are more effective and broadly deployed across the built environment. So thanks very much for your consideration and hopefully adopting this really important code language.
Thanks, Skander. Peter Godlewski.
I already got a chance to go. I haven't had a chance to figure out how to lower my hand though.
Okay, it's in the same place as the reactions. You just have to click on the same button you clicked on initially. That brings us to Caroline.
Awesome. Thanks, Chell. So I'm supportive of this updated version of the proposal for many reasons, but I just wanted to quickly hit on a couple of those. So, Washington's actually really unique in the context of electrification, in my opinion, in 3 ways. So first, our electricity in terms of emissions is already quite clean and is rapidly growing cleaner. So based on the 0.44 pounds per kilowatt hour and 11.7 pounds per therm values, heat pump heating has 60% less emissions than a 95% efficient gas appliance. And those savings are higher if we use the Gas Technology Institute emissions factor of 14.4 pounds per therm to account for upstream methane and meter leakage. And then technologies like carbon capture and sequestration are possible, at power plants for the remaining emissions, but much less so if those emissions are distributed at thousands of heating devices. Second, as has been mentioned previously, our electricity is less expensive than most of the nation. And then third, our codes are working. And as a result, peak building heating loads comprised of conduction, infiltration, and ventilation have decreased by more than 30% since 2004, and annual heating loads have decreased even more. So in terms of the right steps in the right order, we've really put envelope performance first, driving downloads. We require and incentivize different forms of heat recovery. And so now, the final step is to meet these dramatically reduced loads with high efficiency, right-sized mechanical equipment. So this is a tried and true building science approach, that our code is on a path to achieve. So put together, it's just, we're very optimally situated to adopt more heat pumps. That said, the next reason I support this proposal is that it is not immediate mass electrification. I think it starts in a very methodical way, a slow drive towards heat pumps with a focus on what's easiest, and that's new construction. It's not a light switch or a dramatic change. It's one that's going to be really gradual. And further, with more aggressive provisions in place in Seattle at this moment, and for the next 2 years before this takes effect in the state, Seattle, the wealthiest part of our state, has and is taking on much of the training to make this successful. Also, importantly, this proposal achieves an outcome, which is actually starting to electrify our building stock. And one of the reasons, I've heard where I think it's critical is because we actually need to save the very limited, expensive supply of RNG and green hydrogen for industries like long haul trucking and high temperature industrial processes. Next, it's important to note, according to the 2019 commercial building stock assessment approach, roughly 10% of our building stock in the Pacific Northwest uses heat pumps. So they've been used for many years and are not a novel heating system approach. Further, according to that same report, roughly half of new construction in the Pacific Northwest is already electric. So just noting that this code proposal is really just a nudge on a burgeoning electrification trend. I also just want to highlight this proposal is only enhanced by some other important proposals on the table, namely those that provide further improvements to envelope, as well as several proposals related to grid interactive measures. So giving utilities the tools to reach beyond the meter into buildings to help manage and shift load is a really excellent long-term complement to this proposal. So encourage TAG members to consider those. And then, lastly, and most importantly, I support this proposal because I think the code language, or at least the intent of it, is really moving in the right direction. If the words aren't perfect yet, I think it's evolved in really constructive ways, and I look forward to working on it more. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline. So are you saying the words aren't quite right yet?
I think that some of Eric's comments, I think that there's a couple technical tweaks that I don't know if in this discussion today, folks will actually suggest, what those edits to the words on the page are, because that's how we actually drive this to something that we can vote on. So
yeah,
I would encourage folks to say specifically what those things might be.
Yeah, yep. And I would love that. I would love to be able to make any edits that the tag has and then vote on this today, but obviously I'm not in charge of that. So that's up to the rest of you. Mark Frankel is next on the list that I have.
Thanks, Chell. I just want to respond to a couple of things that have been said along the way. One comment made earlier was about the inability of heat pumps to deliver enough heat intensity to meet the loads in buildings. And that's really a perspective on existing poorly insulated and leaky buildings. The new buildings that meet current code do not have a problem with heat intensity from a heat pump system. They're fully able to meet the loads of buildings that meet code. Also, I would point out that heat pump technology has evolved pretty substantially over the last decade. The design temperature at which they function 100% has gone down 20 degrees or so in the past 10 or 15 years. So, we're talking about full capacity down, 17 degrees or so before they start falling off for some technologies, and that's getting better. So we can expect that more and more cold climate heat pumps will be available. With respect to some of the natural gas discussion, I would like to point out that removing gas from buildings does not preclude the use of gas for electric generation. That's a different question. And so the notion that we're going to get rid of gas and not be able to meet our peak loads is kind of not quite right if we're still using gas for generation. And I know we want to phase that out as well, but we have time to do that. But we can never get rid of the gas leakage in all the distribution system. That's been shown to be the major impact of natural gas on greenhouse gas emissions is leakage from the distribution system. So reducing that slowly is probably a good idea in terms of our larger climate goals. The other thing is electricity can get cleaner. We can put more and more clean electricity on the grid. Gas is not on a trajectory to get cleaner in any sort of rapid way. I know there's been talk of hydrogen, but we have to replace our distribution system to use hydrogen because it's much more leaky than natural gas. It's a much smaller molecule, so it slips out of cracks that even natural gas can't get out of. So the idea that we're just going to start pumping hydrogen into the natural gas grid, maybe we can get 10% in there. And the studies show that after that, we have to change the way we distribute it. Plus all the equipment's wrong in the buildings anyway. So the idea that we're just going to start pumping hydrogen to the gas system to make it green is not realistic. Finally, I would also point out that increased deployment of air conditioning in response to climate change will mean that electric heat pump technology is much more cost effective because you're already going to be installing that equipment in buildings. And so adding a secondary system for gas heat is actually be much more costly because then you have to have two systems, one for winter and one for summer. Whereas from the starting point, if you put in heat pumps, you can get both sides of that equation. So maybe I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Brian Goldcrump is next on my list.
Thanks, Shell. Hey, everybody. My name is Brian Goldcrump, and I'm with GluMac. We are a mechanical, electrical, and plumbing consulting engineering firm with offices in Seattle and Portland, and we are in favor of this proposal. We've been working on commercial projects and working with teams and owners in Washington to electrify their heating systems cost effectively for several years now. In our minds, heat pump technology is nothing new. It's been successfully implemented on commercial projects for decades. It is, of course, a change in what has historically been the go-to, but it doesn't necessarily need to be complicated. Often it's as simple as specifying a rooftop unit with a heat pump instead of a gas furnace. The cost for these units have come down in recent years, and as the technology continues to improve with higher efficiencies, any additional costs are showing shorter and shorter paybacks. And as a few other people have alluded to already, this won't be implemented for a few years, so we'll see that trend to continue trending in the right direction. So we've implemented heat pump heating on several large-scale commercial buildings in the Seattle and Bellevue areas. We've also implemented it cost-effectively on smaller projects with more modest budgets outside of those large cities. So a good example would be a smaller 15,000 square foot building for nonprofit in Port Angeles. Being a nonprofit, effectiveness was really key to this project's budget. We found readily available and cost-effective heat pump options. The big difference is that it just took some foresight and a shift in thinking to get away from a traditional system with gas. So really just at the beginning of a project, thinking what the differences will be and planning a little bit differently than we historically would. So the end result was a simple and easy to operate system with heat pump heating, and paired with the other improvements in the energy code over the years, particularly envelope tightness and improved envelope performance. These heat pump systems maintain occupant comfort while providing lower energy use. In summary, we at GluMac think this proposal is practical and crucial in achieving the state's energy reduction goals. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Lisa is next on my list.
I think you had to unmute. Yeah, Lisa Rosno with ETC. First of all, Johnny, thank you for your proposal, and we are in support of the proposal. I just wanted to contribute just a small technical recommendation for the proposal. In the Stan Price's presentation earlier that showed information from the Power Council regarding the market share of new construction versus alterations. The alteration language in the proposal is important in the sense that once we tackle the small sliver of the market share that is new construction, where the really big opportunity is in the upgrade of existing systems. And so in reading the language, it's very clear in the language that this proposal does require that the equipment that's being replaced meet all the criteria of this new section. However, there's some language with regards, I think the term used is augmented. That's not clear. And so I see, so now there's more language. So it wasn't, so my only recommend, and I didn't see that language before. So my recommendation again is to make sure it's very clear the scope of systems that have to be met, that meet this new criteria, so that there isn't any confusion, particularly for the jurisdictions in enforcing this on when this should kick in. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa. I would be happy to chat with you about like the specific changes you'd like to see in that section.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Amy.
Joe. And thanks, Johnny, for the work on this and all the revisions. I think this is going the right direction for our code. And I appreciate all the practitioners sharing their experience today. It's really helpful. And I'm not a practitioner, so my comments will be more general and more from my perspective as someone working on utility policy in Washington. First, I want to appreciate Stan's and Caroline's comments on peak capacity. I agree that these statements I keep hearing seem unfounded or a bit overwrought. We are talking about a relatively small amount of building stock that's coming online beginning in the mid-2020s. And like Caroline, I'd encourage any utilities seriously concerned about peak issues to be developing some robust demand programs now. These are really common in other areas of the country, but utilities in Washington haven't really taken significant steps in this direction yet. Puget Sound Energy has a kind of a pilot targeted program right now. Avista is planning for some demand response out in the mid-2020s, but you know, I think this is something, if it's a serious concern, I think that is where to start. To respond to John Frankel's comment earlier as your sort of resident environmental advocate, I do appreciate the steps that the gas utilities are taking to decarbonize. But I just want to underline that significant progress on that is still a few years away. And what we know right now is that there will be limited hydrogen and RNG resources. And should we be using that limited resource in new construction? I just have a hard time justifying that at this point when there are cost-effective solutions on the table now, especially when more people are already going to be putting in air conditioning. I think we'll see a significant spike after our recent heat wave. And then finally, I want to just take some exception to Gary's earlier statement that consumers aren't paying for the social cost of carbon now. It's an externality, but we're all paying for climate change now. And there are reasons we need our buildings to be more efficient and moving away from fossil fuels. Just for a personal example of real costs, my childcare closed for 3 days last year because of the wildfire smoke, and another day earlier this summer for the extreme heat. And the economic impacts of 100 families staying home and not being able to work is real and it's significant. And these impacts of climate change are hitting in these micro levels and these macro levels all across the state. And these impacts are disproportionately hurting frontline communities. So I just wanted to center why we are moving in this direction. We just can't discount that out of hand. And finally, I hope we can move this proposal forward today and work through any needed revisions during this meeting. I think we've had a lot of good ideas, so appreciate all the work that's gone on in this. Thank you.
Thanks, Amy. Emma is next.
Hello, my name is Emma Johnson. I am with Seattle City Light, and my colleague and I wanted to say that we're in strong support of this proposal, especially for new construction. We believe that the design can be accomplished to meet comfort and potential environmental conditions in the future. We do agree that utilities are definitely concerned about electric resistance loads in extreme weather conditions. And perhaps there's a consideration to require some connected or controllable or dispatchable technologies such as smart thermostats for the electric resistance loads. similar to the water heater requirements that went into effect this year. My comments are primarily on the retrofit side. We do acknowledge that customer and utility costs for electric conversions are not insignificant. And there's some vague language, I think, in the retrofit section that I think should probably be refined, such as that code officials have discretion based on impracticality. I don't know if you have a definition for impracticality, but would suggest there's some work on that. And then also the exceptions for 24-month period. I was wondering if there was a reason that specific 2-year period was put in. I could imagine a customer having several, gas units going out at the same time and wondering, is it per permit or per unit? For like, it seems reasonable to allow for similar equipment to be replaced for emergency replace on burnout scenarios. And that is all. Thank you.
Thanks, Emma. There was also, I noticed regarding Seattle City Light, electricity costs, there was some chat about that as well. I don't know if you wanted to address that because that was specifically brought up earlier.
Yeah, and I think that utilities raise rates for inflation and cost reasons, and the 20% is accurate over 5 years. It's not out of the norm. It's if you look at our previous strategic plan, that was a 4.5% average, and going forward it's 3.5%. So I think that it's not 20% in addition to what's common for utilities. So just a little context there.
Okay, thanks, Emma. So we're hitting 11:30 and we've been meeting for 3 continuous hours. I still see 7 or so hands up. And I think we should at least take a short break before we get back to this. I think we might be here for a while. So why don't we take a 10-minute break or 13-minute break and be back at 11:45? Does that sound good? Give me your reactions, thumbs up, thumbs down. Does that sound like a good idea? Okay, all right. 13-minute break. We'll be back at 11:45. See you then. Okay, the time of 11:45 has come upon us. I hope you are all back and ready to discuss. Sarah Moore is first on the list. So go ahead, Sarah.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thanks so much for the time to speak. Hi, my name is Sarah Moore, and I'm an engineering manager at McKinstry. and I wanted to chip in on my support for this measure. My team focuses on building energy retrofits, and each of our projects is required to evaluate the energy saved and cost effectiveness of the retrofit measures we are considering. Many of our projects therefore gravitate towards heat pumps as our most efficient, fastest payback solution for replacing an existing HVAC system. In fact, my team is currently working on a number of active projects that have opted for heat pumps as the best solution, including a ground source water-to-water heat pump serving a lab. I have an air source air-to-water heat pump serving a mixed-use higher ed building, several schools with packaged heat pump RTUs, and then a lot of sort of office administrative spaces and school projects with VRF and DOAS, and these are all retrofit projects. I also wanted to just respond to the question that if heat pumps are actually cost effective, why do we need to regulate this change? As a designer, there can be some frustrating barriers to installing heat pumps, but one major one is the low cost of gas. In my mind, this is in part because we've historically not incorporated the social cost of carbon in those rates. Just as so many code updates have done in the past, I think this change will move us toward a zero carbon future in a way that our current market mechanisms haven't been able to do. And then one final comment on the alterations language specifically. Alterations can be challenging, as other people have mentioned. I would say under the proposed C503.4.1 on the last bullet point, I'm concerned about the impact on existing boiler plant design for high temperature. In boiler plants, you can't necessarily always achieve the temperatures the original design was intended for. So with heat pumps, that is. So I would suggest revising the language from gas auxiliary heat to gas backup heat up to full load to allow for this condition, so that systems that have been originally designed for like 180 can actually run at 180 at your peak design condition. That's all I have, and thank you.
Thanks, Sora. Krista, do you know what she said and what that would do to the language?
I'm not sure if that's actually looking at the new language or the old language. I think it's the old language.
Sarah, could you clarify, since you had a fairly specific comment?
Yeah, so we're looking at the language right now under C503.4.6. Sorry, I might have had the wrong reference there. The last bullet point where it says gas auxiliary heat in lieu of electric resistance. The term auxiliary implies that you're just boosting. So you've say sized your heat pump for some base load and then using gas to boost it on top. I'm saying that might need to be backup instead of auxiliary because there may not be conditions when you need to achieve that high temperature that the heat pump can do any heating. Does that help clarify?
I think so, yeah. I think we want to know for the specific changes in wording exactly what they are, and then the tag can consider them. So thank you.
The last sentence still uses auxiliary there and not backup.
And for the mechanical engineers, does that generally make sense? Like, Eric, does that make sense? That proposed word change? Okay. We can talk about that later, I guess. Next on my list is Reddy's not here. No one's not here. Henry, go for it. Henry, I can't hear you if you're talking.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right, thank you. First point to cover, as Eric mentioned about integrating DOAS tempering into this proposal. I currently have one submitted for review that is undergoing some pretty big revisions, and I'd be happy to help get my language tied into this. So reach out. I'd be interested in helping out there. Number two, I would suggest we reword exception 10 to include all makeup air systems that are not required to have an ERV per section C403351. So that basically means not only makeup air for commercial kitchen hood systems, but anything that might be exhausting toxic fumes that would not be allowed to go through an ERV, because a air source heat pump has a hard time managing really large amounts of very cold air. Next few are responses just to some of the comments I've heard about redoing some of this analysis based on buildings with higher heating load. One was mentioned for the multifamily prototype, and I just want to point back to exception 2 that this does account for providing electric heat in multifamily buildings. And from my own experience, this is a good exception. And I can imagine for the east side, adding that extra 250 watts gives a lot of good backup for these multifamily occupancy types. Another point is about overloading the grid with this proposal.
Henry,
yep.
Could you make sure Krista is looking at the right thing and is maybe so that she knows what you're suggesting?
Yep. Yeah. So for this number 10, this only applies to makeup air for commercial kitchen exhaust systems, and I would suggest that we could tie this to part of the DOAS part of the code that gives exceptions for certain makeup air systems that don't need ERVs. So I can imagine there could be a few other processes that need large amounts of makeup air that might not only be a kitchen exhaust. And I don't know if we want to do that live or if there's going to be a working group. I'm happy to add some suggestions there.
I guess I would love to finish this up today, but what I've been noting all the substantive language comments, and there's several of them. And so I don't know. So what were the thumbs up for? I saw Eric and Chris give a thumbs up. I think moving this forward.
Sorry, Shell. Mine was for the working group. That's what I was thumbing up.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, work needed on the kitchen exhaust one. I think kitchen exhaust was kind of singled out in the Seattle code because large lab or other type facilities probably have heating hot water systems, and it's not as much of a concern. Whereas small restaurants, they don't necessarily have those type of systems. So I mean, there's definitely a balancing act to do on these exceptions, correct?
Okay. Okay, Henry, continue.
Okay, yeah, I'll be short. One other kind of high level point about not meeting loads, that is a design issue, and that is not covered by code, even by this proposal. So I think that's kind of distracting from the substance of this. That is purely on who's designing the buildings. This technology is available, trusted use. It's been used for a really long time. It's getting better, as everyone's mentioned. So if we can't use this proposal to push in this direction now, I'm curious when some of the folks against this think we can. As I mentioned, we've heard from many mechanical engineers that it's been used successfully across a wide range of building types. And then finally, that SBCC study that was mentioned earlier, I'm one of the authors of that. And there's been a lot of major code changes since 2006 that have led to substantial savings, primarily being lighting and envelope are two of the big ones. We're nearing the end of how much we can squeeze out of there. The DOAS proposal was very transforming. And that kind of was the first one that really touched on design and mechanical systems. The only other big changes have been efficiency increases on heating and cooling systems, which are driven by the feds. And when you look at that, you cannot take gas heating any farther than it is now. And even with heat pump space heating, it's pretty hard to keep squeezing efficiency out. And so really what it's coming down to is the need to get more heat pumps in Washington, across the country, but in our state. And I just in full support of this proposal. It needs a little bit of extra work, but it is what we need to help push us towards our 70% reduction goal. Thanks.
Thanks, Henry. Just in the nature of efficiency of everybody's time, how many people, show me with your reactions, would be in support of an additional kicking this back to the proponent and suggesting that they convene people who have substantive comments and revise this?
Can I question?
Please, Amy.
You know, we've heard a mixture of comments today that I think are substantive and technical edits, and then some that are philosophical, I would suppose. And I wonder if there's some value in voting on the intent of this proposal and then have a working group working through the technical exceptions and reviewing them at a later meeting. So I don't want to have another 2 hours where we kind of talk about the philosophy of this proposal.
I totally agree, and I'm trying to figure out a way where we can not. Well, we've heard this discussion twice now, and there are some people that are wholly against it, and some people that are wholly for it, and then there will eventually be a vote. But there are also technical bits of it that are extremely important to get right. I don't know that we can vote on a concept that doesn't have language associated with it. Anybody can make motions at any time.
Sheldon, can't we cut off debate with a 2/3 vote? So couldn't you handle that way in the next meeting where we 2/3 of people vote to cut off debate and then we vote on it right away?
Yeah, and okay, yeah, Chris, and I agree with that. So we could cut off debate next time. We could also just limit or say that we're going to limit comments to the technical pieces in certain sections. So I guess that seems like what all the people that said that reacted to this wanted, was that we there's more technical work that needs to happen on this.
Mm-hmm. And I guess what I'm hearing, that the particular technical pieces are around the kitchen exhaust, and then something related to DOAS in the new construction, and then I heard some other specific concerns around the alterations language. So, you know, there could be a world where we move to approve or except for exception 10 and something related to DOAS. But I won't move it until I get some feedback on that.
So this is Kirshner. I'm not a formal member of the TAG, but I would just suggest I would strongly encourage you to consider what you just suggested. You can't really vote on something that's not complete. And so I'd encourage the conversation to continue.
Just in light of that, anybody can move to do anything that they want. So we could move to approve this as written, and then other people could come back. We could also just tell the proponent to convene people who are interested and come back to this later. So I certainly don't want to. I don't think we need to litigate this for another 2 hours later. I'd suggest that we, limit any changes to technical issues. And what I heard, just to continue Amy's list, was adding gas backup potentially. Alterations was a big one. The DOAS exceptions from Eric Vandermeer suggested. Lisa suggested clarity on scope of systems for the criteria in the alterations. Emma talked about smart thermostats and for electric resistance loads. And those are kind of the substantive technical comments that I heard, other than the ones that we already adopted or Krista wrote in here. So I guess that would be, that's what I've heard as far as technical comments that are not just, I'm really for it or I'm really against it.
So Shell, is any one of those ones that you listed, were any of those presented by what I would characterize as folks who are interested in preserving the gas system, or are those all otherwise?
Yeah, and I heard mine in there that I want to talk with Johnny about. Yeah.
Yeah, Chris certainly presented that, and I wanted to make sure that that's listed in any further discussions on this. So
it was an honest question. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep.
So this is Lisa Rosen. Just a quick comment, and I'm very much in support of having everybody on the tag having an opportunity to pose their questions. The revised, at the very minimum, this revised language was updated shortly before the meeting, just so the tag members did not have a lot of time to review it, and it very well could be that with more time to review, we could eliminate some of the questions that were posed. So I would very much be in favor of providing all the tag members an opportunity to raise their questions so that we can refine the language. This is it's a transformative proposal, and it's very important that we get it right.
Thanks, Lisa. I'm going to call on everybody with their hand up, but I'm just going to ask them if they generally agree with the idea of kicking this back to the proponent, and if they have a technical comment to make on it. So I guess, Johnny?
Yeah, just one thing I'd like to point out is that a lot of comments on things that would like to change are actually not on the revised portions. There was some addition. There's like an additional comment that Eric was mentioning on DOAS, and that's something that could have been brought up before the meeting, and totally down to discuss that. And as well as the kitchen exhaust. I do think that there are valid concerns with the alterations section that we can discuss, but just want to point out that the proposal existed before this, and folks could have commented before that. I would like to, as a proponent, I would like to be able to vote on a large portion of this today. I'm not a tag member, so I can't put a motion forward to do that, but I think that we've put a lot of work into this. We've talked to half dozen to a dozen people to get input on it. And I think that, 90% of it is ready to vote on today. And there's some things that we worked out on specific items that we could kick to a working group, which I'm happy to facilitate, but I don't think we need to delay the other 90%. That's my opinion. I will be quiet now.
Thanks, Johnny. Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, I guess I feel like the new construction portion of this is somewhat well vetted, although the fact that we're finding changes today, I think it could use a little more time. But I have a lot of concerns about the alterations section. At least half the equipment going through the code is going to go through this section, not the new construction section. This is a critical, more people in terms of individuals will have to deal with this part of the code than they will the new construction part. So I think it's really important that this be right. We have two people that say that heat pumps don't have a problem with new envelopes. Well, these are going to be going in old envelopes. So I want to make sure that, and I'm not an engineer, but I want to make sure the engineers are comfortable with saying, hey, anytime we replace a gas pack, we're going to make it a heat pump or whatever. And this has also got this issue of what heat pumps don't generate quite as warm a temperature. I believe that's still true. So they need more airflow. And so the ducts won't be necessarily sized right. And this isn't to say there's something wrong here. I just want to make sure the engineers are thinking about, can we replace all these systems? Is this really language is reasonable?
Yep. Okay. Yep. If this goes to a working group, then that group will definitely consider the alteration section. Dwayne.
When it's time to make a motion,
I think the one that I want to make is that the tag does vote on this now with knowledge that that next meeting or whenever we will entertain corrections and clarifications to the code language to make it better. But I really would rather not go back and have to relitigate this again.
So tag members can make motions at any point.
Well, then I would like to make that motion at this point I'd like to move that we approve the proposal from Johnny as modified on the screen here, with knowledge that there will be several technical clarifications and improvements that will be considered by a working group, and will be we can vote in those corrections at a future meeting.
Okay, we have a motion.
That motion.
Who is that second?
Lisa Rosno, I will second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion, and since we've had people with their hands up, I'm going to assume that they have further discussion. Alan?
Yeah, I'm very much in support of this proposal. I'm uncertain, since this is my first time on TAG, as to how that motion from Dwayne actually works. I'm assuming that approving this now won't change the attitude of those driving this to accept comments. So that's a little uncertain for me. So I'm not.
Just for clarity, we can make a motion to accept this, and at the next meeting, we could a motion and reject this, or make a motion and amend it. And so we have, even if we pass this today, we still have complete control, the tag does, to re-look at this issue again, in any pieces of it.
Okay. So I guess I'll accept that and see where this goes. Thank you.
Thanks, Alan. Next, Mike Kennedy.
Sorry, should have taken it down.
Okay. Next, we have Patrick.
Well, I'll honestly say that I'm on the fence for the reasons that both what Eric brought up and what Mike brought up, and then my own personal convictions regarding that the electric resistance backup is too limited. I size a lot of heaters, so I do know how much horsepower it takes. But I do want to remind everybody, as a part-time resident of California, in Southern California, very close to Los Angeles, during the 90-day period of the first 90 days of COVID, the smog cloud that has been over Los Angeles and vicinity since probably the late 40s was gone in 90 days. You parked 10 million people and their cars, and it only took 90 days for that smog cloud to be gone. Something to think about regarding, fossil fuels and the advantages of heat pumps. But I'm still on the fence. I would like to see some of that language cleaned up before we vote.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. Gary.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. I appreciate it. I really have some real concerns now about the process, and I understand wanting to move this along. but to vote on something now and then maybe be brought up again. It would seem to me to be brought up again would require another motion. That could go up or down. So effectively, I think the vote today would end up being an up or down. If we don't think this proposal is ready for prime time, we ought to send it back to the subgroup or a working group and bring it back when it's when the language is clear and everybody's had an opportunity to review it. Otherwise, doing it on the fly right now just doesn't work. So if I were to make a motion, I would make a motion to table this and send it back to the work group.
Okay, and just so you know, Gary, I cannot make motions and I cannot tell people that to get rid of their motions. So, and you can't make a motion right now because there's already one on the table. So,
I believe I can make a motion to table.
Okay, you.
I mean, somebody that knows Robert's rules a little bit better than me, but I believe it's. I can make a motion to table. Somebody might help me there, but.
Yeah, I don't know it that well, I guess, enough to know that.
Yeah, a motion to table always takes precedence.
I
Okay.
second the motion to table.
Okay. We
Can I
have
have with the further discussion, can I talk about the previous comments? Of
Yeah,
the
just-
previous
just-
motion.
we have a motion on the table. We have a second for that, and then we also have a motion to table and a second for that. So
And the motion to table also precludes any further discussion.
okay, the motion to table precludes further discussion. So I guess that means we're going to do a roll call vote on that, Krista. Right now.
Okay.
So just so everybody's clear on this, this is the motion to table this until the next meeting. Just so everybody's clear.
Eric Bedell, Mike Fowler,
No.
Patrick Hayes,
Yes.
Gary Hickenen,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Elizabeth, actually, Alan's here. John Lang,
Nope.
Mike McGivern, Alan Montpelier,
No.
Eric Olnon,
No.
Andrew Poltorek, Irina Rasputnis,
I'm a little bit unclear on this process step, so I will abstain.
David Reddy,
They're tabling it.
Lisa Rosenow,
No.
Sean Vig,
No.
and Amy Wheelis.
No.
Is there a member present whose name I didn't call? Okay, the motion fails 2-9 with 1 abstention.
Okay, so I believe the next thing in order is to just continue discussion on the main motion, which is to approve this as amended today. Chris, I believe you can talk now.
Awesome, thank you. So I guess my main point is just to say that my intention is not to keep talking about this forever, and that in waiting till next week and talking and seeing if there's something we can do, it would be with the intention of bringing it for a vote right away with minimal discussion in the next meeting.
Is there further discussion on the main motion?
Can you repeat the main motion?
I believe Dwayne made it, and I don't know, Dwayne, I guess you could say it again.
Yes, my motion is to vote on, vote to approve the code change proposal as amended on the screen that we've talked about the last couple hours, with knowledge that a working group will bring back several proposals next time to modify specific technical aspects of this proposal.
And Dwayne, just for clarity, the tag can set up an official working group that is a public meeting kind of thing, or the tag can just send it back or ask the proponent to convene a group of people based on interested parties. Are you?
Oh, that would be great if the proponent could just get interested parties together. I just want to make sure that interested parties includes gas industry people who, will also want to have voice in this.
Great. Okay. And I guess maybe after this motion goes forward, we will ask those interested to put their names forward so that Johnny can contact them. Irina.
Sorry, I'm new here, so I apologize, but so is Dwayne's proposal for us to vote on this and then delegate to a subgroup, maybe an official working group for discussion next week?
Irina, my thought is that next week there will be several proposed amendments that will be brought forward. Somebody will move to reconsider this. We will allow reconsideration, and then one after another they will bring up the changes that they propose to what's on the screen now. And we'll vote on each of those.
Okay.
Does that help clarify, Irina?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Jill,
Okay.
I have a quick question about this. Does that then address the concern that the debate portion has been concluded and that we are now going to be focusing on refinement? So therefore, what's proposed next week, we will only be debating the amendments, not the merit of the proposal. Is that correct?
That's my intention as the maker of the motion.
I don't know how we'd be able to enforce that, but certainly that's the intent of the maker of the motion. And I think what Dwayne is suggesting is that we would go through section by section and take input from the proponent and the group that he convenes, such that we could, consider those 5 or 6 kind of issues. That's my interpretation. Chris.
A quick technical or procedural question. Can we do multiple things in the same motion, or do we need to do multiple motions to do? Because if we're approving this and then making rules about what we're going to bring it up next time, that seems like we're doing multiple things at the same time, and it might be worth doing multiple motions. Or like, I guess the question is, can we do multiple different things in the same motion?
My understanding is yes. I would defer to anyone who has worked through this before.
Well, I would say that I made a motion and people have asked specific questions about what exactly my motion meant. And And so those are all e- explanations of the motion that was there rather than new or different topics.
So, Mike Feller.
Adding to Dwayne's motion, I'm looking to provide some clarity or direction to this subgroup, and that direction, from what I've heard in notes I've taken, that they would address specifically backup heat, DOAS systems, and existing buildings. So I'm just trying to provide some framework for the or some focus for where that group would bring back to us next week.
And kitchen exhaust, kitchen ventilation air.
Yep, thank you.
I'd say other process makeup error was discussed. And then there was also a lot of discussion just on if there needs to be other exceptions for natural gas. So I think the natural gas industry through this process would likely have some amendments they may want to make. And so I would recommend the next meeting, you're probably voting on each individual amendment to this. And there may be amendments that are from a majority position or minority position that get presented. So
Yep, I think that, Gary.
Yeah, again, more of a process issue here now that the TAG has approved something. To me, it doesn't seem like we're clear on the proper process. It's not clear to me whether now that it's something that's been approved by the TAG, whether any.
Gary, this has
further-
not been voted on yet. So
It has been voted on, Chell.
well, sorry,
It just-
the motion
TAG just-
hasn't been voted on. Has been.
Pardon
voted.
me?
The motion to table was voted on, but the main motion, which is to approve this as amended, has not been voted on.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're absolutely correct, Jim. I still have concerns about the process. I'd stated that before.
Okay, and what are the concerns about the process?
That it's unclear that we know what we're doing.
Okay, I would, right before we vote, I would ask Dwayne to restate the motion that has been restated a couple of times. But I think right before we vote, I would like him to restate the motion so that everybody's totally clear on that, to your point, Gary. Chris.
Yeah, one more thing, just to Eric's point. Are we going to get ourselves in a situation where we have 15, 20 amendments next week that is going to take just as long as re-talking about the whole thing? And for time's sake, it would be better to take those amendment discussions into straight to the proponent and deal with them that way. And then we can come back and we can vote up and down one clean bill next week versus however many
I guess anything that's
amendments.
anything that's friendly to the proponent could be obviously lumped into one motion. But I guess if there was minority positions,
yeah. And I'm just trying
to be
to purely
voted
thinking
on
about
separately
Yeah.
by the TAG is how I'd recommend, so that, it's very clear, but everybody should be ready with their technical language on how they're thinking this is moving forward is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think so too. And I was just thinking from time point of view of making sure that we get through all this in the summer, that may be the faster way to handle it within the meetings.
Shall I just remind everybody that, any proposal that's moved forward can have a majority and minority position that's presented to the MVE committee. This is just the first stop along the way, but we're really looking in the next meeting, as discussed, to vet the technical language. And so all technical language needs to be on the table and ready to present. So
I would agree. And I would suggest that all technical language is ready several days before the meeting, so that we have the technical language for review by people who are not directly involved in helping with it.
That would be Wednesday?
Yeah, I can try to do that. I'm also working on the heat pump water heater technical language next week with 3 subgroups. So I will do my best. Thank you.
Okay, Gary.
Yeah, real quickly, I was going to suggest Johnny's got the water heater thing on his plate with 3 meetings set up for next week. And I think that was on the agenda to be considered again next week. Is that correct?
That is the intent, was the intent to consider a heat pump water heater. However, I guess just in light of today, I would rather vote on something and get something more finalized before we consider other things that are going to confuse the issue and lead away from this. So I guess if we want, I guess we can consider heat pump water heaters the following week, such that we could take the technical language, if this motion passes, into motions next week.
As the
Okay.
proposer, I would prefer that.
My concern was just allowing enough time for people to get their amendments together.
Yeah, I guess, Johnny, can you?
I could totally get the heat pump space heating amendments together by next Wednesday, if it's not expected that I'm also to get the heat pump water heating amendments as well by Wednesday. So
How does the TAG generally feel about that? Give me your reactions on that.
About what in particular?
About moving the heat pump water heater reconsideration 2 weeks out instead of 1 week out. Okay, I'm seeing general agreement. I see very little disagreement. So, Johnny, you are a popular guy, and you will get to convene space heating people next week instead of just heat pump water heating people next week. If this passes, the main motion has not been voted on yet, so we don't know how it's going to go. Gary, you have your hand up. Do you still? Okay. All right. Is there further discussion? Okay, I'm gonna ask Dwayne to restate the motion, just so that everybody's abundantly clear on what the main motion is.
The essence of the main motion is that we're voting on what is on the screen in front of us. And with the expectation that next meeting, several technical changes to the language will be made or will be proposed, and we'll vote on those individually.
Okay, with that, let's do a roll call on the main motion.
Okay, Eric Bedell. Martin Connor. Michael Cartwright. Mike Fowler.
Yes.
Patrick Hayes.
Yes.
Gary Hickinen.
No.
Scott Henderson. Chris Holliday. Luke Howard.
Yes.
Wayne Johnlin.
Yes.
John Lang.
Yes.
Mike McGivern.
Yes.
Alan Montpelier.
Yes.
Eric Olnon.
Yes.
Andrew Poltorak.
Yes, here.
Irina Rasputnis.
Yes.
David Reddy.
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau.
Yes.
Sean Vig.
Yes.
Amy Wheelis.
Yeah.
Okay, motion carries 14-1 with no abstentions.
thank you, everyone.
All right,
If
as
you're-
painful as it is to have these long discussions, we got to near unanimous vote on that. So I think the time we spent on it was well worth it.
Sorry, I have one comment. If anyone's interested in the working group, please put your name and email in the chat. Thank you.
Yeah, or just, I just want to make sure everybody has the opportunity to be on any of these groups. So please, you can speak up, you can put your name in the chat. And then hopefully, Johnny, in 10 minutes, you can read off the list so that nobody is excluded who really wants to be included on the list. I know Chris Burrows expressed, one of the first things he expressed today was that he was not included in the earlier one and wanted to be. So I want to make sure everybody is included.
Appreciate that, Shell, and part of that probably had to do with my misunderstanding or my newness to this thing and not understanding how the whole system works and how it was intended to work.
Yeah, I mean, a quarter of the people here are new, so it's yeah, understood. Okay, so why don't we take a 5-minute break here, and then we'll get back to the rest of the agenda items since we didn't get our longer break earlier. So let's take a break until 12:40, I guess.
Shall?
Yeah.
What's the next agenda item?
Next agenda item is, it would be either rooms containing fuel burning appliances, or if Luke Howard is in the room, we will do CMU walls.
I am in the room.
Okay, then we'll do CMU walls, proposal 207.
We
All
got
right.
7 minutes.
Yep. All right. See you in 7 minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are on to the rest of the agenda that we only made it a very, very short way through before the main discussion. We're a talkative group. So hopefully we can move forward quickly and make your substantive comments, make them quickly, and maybe we can get through this before the end of August or September. So we're going to continue with the CMU wall table. This is a Luke Howard proposal. So Luke, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to present covering 2 CMU proposals that Commerce has put in this code cycle. I apologize for maybe missing my slot earlier this morning. We've been having VPN connection issues today. So hopefully we won't have any problem right now. Can you hear me okay? Great. Okay, so these 2 proposals are related. I'm not sure if this is the best order to put them in, but I will present this one first. The first proposal is to eliminate, or excuse me, to amend current footnotes C and D from tables 402.1.3 and 402.1.4. These amendments would require the affected building types that are covered by these exceptions to insulate the CMU walls per table C402.1.3 and 402.1.4 when the building plans are to cover either the interior or exterior surfaces of these exterior CMU walls.
Thanks, Luke. Are there comments on this, thoughts on this? Adam.
Hello. Yeah, my name is Adam Hutchinson. I'm with the Northwest Concrete Masonry Association. We are opposed to these amendments. First off, we want to talk a little bit about why they're in there and why we've had them over the past few code cycles. So one of the things that we wanted to ask is why would we change it? This change has been in the code for many years. We have provided data throughout those years to support our amendments to the code to include these single wide concrete blocks, block walls. We want to talk about why would we exclude a 6-inch concrete block wall when it also benefits from mass properties? And then also the statements that interior exterior wall coverings is a little bit confusing. Would paint suffice as a wall covering? Eliminating this exception seems inappropriate. The cost effectiveness of this of adding continuous insulation to the interior of the single wide masonry walls is also in question. We have studies in the past that we've shown where the payback period is significantly longer than the life cycle of the building. So I would like to get Luke's input on some of these issues that we have as well. And I know Tanya and Tom are also on the call. And they might have some input as well.
Go ahead, Luke, if you want to respond to the direct.
Yes. So to the first statement, we feel it's important to modernize the application of concrete masonry unit walls for the code to achieve anticipated energy savings and meet the energy code development objectives. And according to our cost research, we found that insulating 50% of the cells in a CMU wall with vermiculite or perlite is similar cost to insulating the wall continuously to R9.5. When these walls are planned to be furred out and finished. And it's not considering paint as a covering.
But I would disagree with it being the same cost, mainly because one of the benefits of the single wide masonry walls without interior insulation is because you get a durable surface on both the interior and exterior, especially for these specific building types where that durable surface is either required or sought after due to forklifts or other equipment. So replacing and repairing any interior finishing or interior furring on the wall would negate that cost savings.
Yeah, I can appreciate that point. However, this particular proposal addresses walls that are planned to be finished anyways. They're not taking advantage of that durability question in the first place, because the building plans are to have a finished surface, furred out and finished surface.
I guess Adam's question, is it clear that paint might not be that finished surface, but it's something more substantial than that? I thought.
My understanding is that paint is not the wall covering, but instead a furred wall with some gypsum or other interior finish. Is that correct, Luke?
Correct.
Did that answer your questions, Adam?
Possibly, but I still have exceptions to this proposal. I feel it ignores the overlying issue of why we have it in the code, and I still don't understand why the nominal thickness of 8 inches or greater is in there as well.
Okay, thanks, Adam. Patrick is next on the list.
I'm in agreement with Adam. I don't think this is remotely necessary. I design CMU block walls all the time, everything from 4-inch, 6-inch, 8-inch. 90% of them are fully graded with concrete nowadays. Structure wise, yes, we do need durable surfaces on both sides. We use them a lot down in parking garage lobbies, and we don't want to cover them. People in my business, our job is to calculate out a non-insulated concrete block wall by increasing insulation elsewhere. I see no reason that this language needs to be modified for any reason. Us in the design business have been dealing with this for years. We do it very responsible. There is not that much CMU on any project to where there's some sort of significant energy savings that we're after. I'm going to support Adam with a full no on this. It's just not needed, and it just complicates language that works well.
Thanks, Patrick. Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, I guess I am a little confused by Patrick's comment, because this is a prescriptive requirement for people that actually are insulating their cores. This is allowing people that manage to get 50% of their cores filled with vermiculite. It would not impact anybody that had 100% of the cores filled. They would still have to do what you're doing currently. The point of the 8-inch nominal thickness is you're providing insulation in the cores, and the cores get real small when you have a 6-inch block, or I don't know that you get cores in 4-inch block, but you don't get much insulation. So the point of 8 inches is you get more insulation in there. It makes it a little more adequate of a wall. This is a significant decrease in the thermal integrity of the wall compared to other wall structures. This is probably the only envelope component that actually has gone backwards over the last 4 code cycles rather than actually improving in thermal integrity. So I think it's time. I think the issue of durability, again, as Adam said, or not Adam, but Luke, this is only for walls that are getting covered, where the concrete is getting covered by a gypsum surface on the interior, or perhaps some sort of finish, stucco finish, or some kind of finish on the outside. It's not impacting any wall that's just concrete block and paint. So,
well, Mike, he has referenced table C 402.1.4. It is not just a prescriptive. It's affecting both sides of the fence. You would have to draw a line through up above C 402.1.4.
Patrick, I think the intent of including the CO 402.1.4 is so that in any trade-off, the trade-off is evaluated against tables, insulating with the U factor of 0.24 and not 0.104.
As someone that lives on design teams 40 hours a week, except when I'm in a TAG meeting, I don't think on table C 402.1.4 we need any assistance. We're very good at it.
Okay, thanks, Patrick. And Mike, Tonia? Hi, Tonia, you have the floor and you are on mute. Okay. Lisa.
Hi, thank you. So first of all, we are in support of this proposal. Just a detail to mention that we have observed through commercial technical support is that we do see projects where they have a CMU wall and they are adding some type of covering, whether it be that they're furring it out or they're adding gyp or some material, that's offset off that mass wall, and the designer is providing insulation in those assemblies, and they're utilizing the leniency of the mass wall insulation requirements to be in their UA calculation, to be able to have other envelope assemblies that are less than code, do not comply with code. And we've seen this as a problem for quite some time. And as the code has been progressing with other elements, envelope assemblies becoming more stringent, we're seeing this as a more frequent issue. It's been brought to our attention by multiple jurisdictions. So we are very much in support of any proposal that will equalize the different assembly requirements so that trading is less likely. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Dwayne.
Oh, and by the way, I see a note from Tonya that her microphone is messed up, but presumably she'll get on board again. Washington State is an outlier here. This is, I think, the only state left north of Climate Zone 2 that permits single wide CMU walls, and it's dramatically worse insulation wise, like 6 times the heat flow of other mass walls that have to follow the rules. And just to reemphasize, since there was some confusion, this one, unlike Seattle's rule, this one still allows a single wide wall 8 inches or thicker that is not finished with other materials on one side or the other. Once you do put a stud wall on the inside or maybe something else on the outside, then this rule kicks in, and they're saying you got a stud wall or some kind of chipboard finish or something, then fill it with insulation. So it's a pretty economical way to at least go halfway back towards being as code compliant as we can. I think there are only 2 things in all of this Washington State Energy Code that are less stringent than the rest of the country, and this is one of them.
So this is Adam Hutchinson again. I would disagree. Oregon and California both have exceptions in their codes to allow for single wide insulated integrally insulated walls. So Washington is not alone in that aspect.
I believe that Oregon, when it switched to its new code, is now on ASHRAE 90.1 and not on that old standard.
I think you're correct, Dwayne.
There's currently a statewide alternate method that's under review that may continue to provide that amendment.
All right, so somebody's proposing also that Oregon be allowed to have a worse standard than the rest of the country, but that's still not a real.
California also still has it as well.
So thank you.
Tonya, you are on mute. If you can unmute yourself, even if your microphone did work, you're on mute. So you can also put your comments in the chat if you have comments. Further discussion on this issue.
Yeah, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, this is Tom Young. I don't know how to raise my hand. Apologize for that. But
it's in the very, just a second, in the very bottom, there's a thing called reactions.
Very bottom. Oh yeah.
And under that, there's thumbs up, there's like crying, and
there you go.
Else. And raise hand is one of those things under there. So.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Thanks for the education. I appreciate it. I'm with the Northwest Concrete Masonry Association. I had a couple of comments on 207. I have greater heartburn over the next one, 208, which completely removes this exception. But a couple comments on this one, and again, maybe more relevant to the others, but I think the cost data seems quite low, using 2014 data and trying to update it. We all know what construction costs what has happened to them over the recent past. So, that would have to be reevaluated in my mind. The big problem I have is there's a reference here to a document that there's no link to this document when it comes down to the estimated savings that is laid out here in this proposal, and also the next one. Maybe talk in terms of both of them at once here a little bit, but I'd question on both of them. Have questions. Where did point 2 come from? What building type was used? Where was that building sited? There's a number of commercial building types. They don't behave all the same from an energy efficiency standpoint. So I'd need to know more about that. And then again, that link that's cited, whether that information is in that link or not, that report, I don't know, because we can't access it.
Luke, do you maybe have a link to that?
Yeah, the link that's cited there will take you to some information and further links to the studies referenced. I didn't have a problem accessing that. I apologize if others did. I actually just checked it yesterday.
Yeah, we've had a couple of us trying to connect and we're unable to do it. We didn't even get any options. It just was a dead end.
I believe actually this was sent to you last code cycle.
Yeah, this is an old.
Oh, this is old data?
Look in your email from email. This is Mike Kennedy from me, and I think you'd find it there.
This is old data then. Okay.
Well, 3 years ago, the modeling doesn't change much.
And well, the costs do. Does it contain life cycle cost information then as well?
The life cycle cost was included in the code proposal through the OFM's life cycle cost analysis tool. So those costs were updated.
And where do we find that?
That was available with the original proposal.
The proposal we're looking at right now on the screen?
The proposal from this code cycle. Yes, this one.
Yeah. So where's the life cycle cost study? I just see 2 wall costs per square foot.
Yeah.
That's all I see. That's not a life cycle cost study.
Krista, when that life cycle cost analysis is submitted with proposal, isn't it linked within this proposal here?
Yeah, they're usually combined. It may be that it got missed on this one when she was combining files.
I think the proposal's incomplete. It seems to be incomplete. We have a hard time even commenting on it in the state it's in.
Well, what it sounds like is it may have been a complete proposal, but some of the information may not be included in what was available to the public, which is a little bit different than incomplete, but it's not, from your perspective, it doesn't need to be that different than incomplete. Is there, so Krista, so there was LCCA data included, but it just isn't in the link?
That's what I'm thinking, yeah. I'll have to search down and see where she put it.
That'd be great if you could forward that to us or link us to it some way.
Okay, we might need to then consider this later.
So-
If it's not available and hasn't been available.
We also get the PDF linked in with the proposal as well, because when I click on the link for the proposal or in the proposal, it just takes me to the State Building Code Council website with no download or anything. That's using multiple different webs, Google Chrome or
It's possible
Microsoft
that
Edge.
those were coming off of our old website. So the availability is limited. So I will repost that. And I do have the information from the cost benefit analysis here. And I will also make sure that that is posted.
That'd be great. Thank you.
This one is for 207.
Okay, well, I guess in light of that, if anybody wanted to make a motion to table this, that would be fine, or we could make any other motions because you guys are you guys are in charge.
I would like to make a motion to disapprove.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion on this issue?
Yes, I just don't think it's remotely necessary. If you're prescriptive and it's what we call a cold wall in the industry, you have to insulate it. If you're doing calculations, you have to accommodate the CMU wall. Michelle, you're on design teams too. I see no need for this additional language. And I don't see anybody out there cheating. I mean, if you're doing it prescriptively, you're gonna have to insulate it because it's a mass wall.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion? Tonya, I know you never got to speak but we have a motion, we have a second. So let's do I guess, Lisa, go ahead.
Yeah, in response to Patrick's comment, I wouldn't say it's what we've observed is cheating, but what I will say is that it's definitely an opening in the code that folks take advantage of, because we have seen their compliance documentation showing projects where they had CMU walls, and when they went ahead and insulated those walls and claimed the higher U factor of that insulated mass wall, and were able to use that to qualify via component performance for lesser performing other assemblies. We've definitely seen documentation that provides evidence of that. So
well, I would agree with you, Lisa. I mean,
Lisa, were you finished?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree with you. If they want the CMU wall exposed on both sides, I make that happen, providing they don't have, 1,000 square feet of it. But, that would, your comment, if they're getting away with it, then that is the product of the plan review process or the field inspection, because, it's 0.10 or 0.104. That's R10.
That's not what the proposal does, though. However, I think there's some confusion. What this proposal is stating is that if those coverings exist, then the exception is no longer allowed. And so that's what this does, is it closes that loophole. I don't believe this particular proposal eliminates the ability to have uninsulated CMU walls, and as long as there are no surfaces on either side. And perhaps I'm misunderstanding proposal, but that's my understanding of the language being proposed.
Well, we can't read the bottom of it because it's scrolled.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion? Okay, let's take a roll call vote on this one, because I heard at least two sides being presented.
Eric Bedell. Martin Connor. Michael Curtright. Mike Fowler.
No.
Patrick Hayes.
Yes.
Gary Hickman.
Yes.
Scott Henderson.
Yes.
Chris Holliday. Luke Howard.
No.
Dwayne Johnlin.
No.
John Lang.
No.
Mike McGivern,
Oh,
Alan Montpelier, Eric Olnon,
No.
Andrew Poltorek,
Abstain.
Irina Rasputnis,
Abstain.
David Reddy,
No.
Lisa Rosenau,
No.
Sean Vig, Amy Wheelis,
This is Poppy Storm voting
okay.
for Amy as the alternate. I vote no.
Okay, motion fails 3-9 with 2 abstentions.
Okay, that means,
Motion to approve?
okay, we have a motion on the table to approve as written. Is there a second?
second.
Okay, we have 2 seconds. Let's further discussion. Okay, let's do a roll call vote.
Eric Bedell. Martin Connor. Michael Curtright. Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
No.
Gary Hickinen,
No.
Scott Henderson,
No.
Chris Holliday, Luke Howard,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Mike McGivern,
Yes.
Alan Montpelier, Elizabeth Joyce,
Yes.
Eric Olnon,
Yes.
Andrew Poltorek,
Abstain.
Irina Rasputnis,
Abstain.
David Reddy,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Sean Vig, Poppy Storm,
Yes.
motion carries 9-3 with 2 abstentions.
Okay. All right, we get to move on to CMU number 2. Luke Howard, take it away.
So this proposal actually eliminates the exceptions provided by table 402.1.3 footnote C and 402.1.4 footnote D. As previously stated by some of the tag members, this exception is unique to Washington State Energy Code. This exception is allowed for new construction of exterior CMU walls with minimal insulation, effectively doubling the heat loss from many building types allowed under this exception. Eliminating the exception will bring the Washington State Energy Code into closer alignment with ICC requirements for our climate zone by requiring the CMU construction of exterior walls to match that which is currently in the WOCC for mass walls. So although this proposal will increase construction costs, it is important to modernize the application of concrete masonry unit walls for the code to achieve anticipated energy savings and meet energy code development objectives. And as a reminder, cost effectiveness, as previously understood, was eliminated in 2019 with emphasis on meeting these legislative goals.
Thanks, Luke. Anybody want to raise their hand or chat or speak about something? Adam, thought you'd have something to say.
So I just want to reemphasize that getting rid of these exceptions would really impact our industry in the Northwest, especially, and that buildings that are specifically allowed through these exceptions typically are low energy use buildings anyways, and are not a large portion of projects throughout the Northwest. Again, the reliability on these durable surfaces, both interior and exterior, are one of those things that we should still evaluate when we're designing our buildings. There's many options out there, but when you can provide a wall and get it built and have durable surface, both interior and exterior, and be done with the building faster, more effective, and also still meet the energy code as it's been written in the past, I think it's still worthwhile. Again, without as much of this proposals information provided beforehand, it's kind of hard to evaluate what information was given, and we would still like the opportunity to review and process that as well. Again, cost studies have been done in the past, and energy saving studies have been done to show that it's not as cost effective or energy effective to fully interior insulate these buildings.
Thanks, Adam. Patrick, you're up.
Can we look at the proposal on the screen? The whole thing? Like the top, what proposal table it at 402.1.4 D. Is this done correctly?
Hold on. Patrick, can you restate your question?
Well, I wanted to see the whole proposal. Okay.
It's in the agenda.
I got it. I don't have a comment at this moment.
Okay, we can come back to you later. Lisa.
Thank you. I'd like to respond to one former comments. The energy code already has allowances for low energy buildings and semi-heated spaces. Low energy buildings and spaces are not required to comply with the thermal envelope requirements of the energy code. So this wall type would be allowed in that space conditioning level. And then semi-heated spaces and buildings, the one perk for that space conditioning type is that the building does not have to meet the wall insulation requirements. And so this change to the energy code would not impact low energy and semi-heated spaces and buildings. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Dwayne, you are up next.
This one thing to mention is that Seattle has never allowed this exception, and we have plenty of CMU buildings, and they look just as good. They just have to be insulated on one side or the other. This brings us, by doing this instead of the previous one, it would bring us into alignment with close alignment with ASHRAE 90.1 and with the IECC. And certainly they've gone through extensive cost analyses in the past. And if you just picture a map of the US and everything north of climate zone 2, which is like Los Angeles or something, that everybody else except us in the upper left-hand corner has to, the CMU walls have to meet the same standard that any other kind of mass wall it has to meet. And there's never been a good reason for Washington State to be an outlier, or at least the portion of our Washington State that's not Seattle.
Thanks, Dwayne. Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I guess, comment.
I think you just muted yourself, Mike.
Sorry. To the extent that the links are broken to the documentation, modeling has been done during the last code cycle. And there was an attempt to compare it to, I was hoping to compare it to some of the stuff the Concrete Masonry Institute people had done, and that did not lead anywhere. There was no, I could not get a response in terms of getting them to compare their modeling and try to figure out why we had such radically different numbers. I think they showed numbers that showed essentially zero savings from insulating the wall. And I certainly came up with fairly substantial savings, not screamingly cost effective. They are expensive savings, but they were actually cost effective with the OFM calculator at the time. And that's, yes, with slightly dated costs, and they've been updated in this proposal. So anyway, there has been some effort to determine that this does save energy. That's all I wanted to say, I guess.
Okay. Patrick, are you ready?
Yeah, I can honestly say that I've never used this exception, but the problem with the exception is really that it includes retail. The rest of the listed things, are kind of common where we have CMU walls. And the semi-heated space thing kind of covers this, but essentially so that everybody knows, this exception would allow you to build a Costco with no insulation on the walls. And you have to ask yourself, is that what you want? I mean, essentially, when you fill it with vermiculite, the average wall is probably about R3 versus the table, which would be R10. So it's a significant change. By getting rid of the exception, we are raising the bar for big box stores, basically.
Thanks, Patrick. Tom Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for teaching me how to raise my hand as well. Yeah, I definitely have problems with this one, as I said, more so than even the previous proposal. Adam's articulated a few of the objections. I think the cost data is completely wrong. It's not close to anything that I've ever seen. And when we looked at the wall systems last code cycle, and we know costs have gone up, I think part of the problem might be is the system that's analyzed in this proposal. With these tall wall commercial buildings, you don't normally fur them out. It's not a viable option from a constructability standpoint. So typically what is done, a metal stud wall is built about an inch off of the wall in a track system, typical cold form metal stud situation with insulation and then sheetrock on the inside. That's the viable system. And that's the system that should be looked at in terms of cost comparison. To use to get to the life cycle cost effectiveness. So the cost being a big issue, again, I think maybe the wrong systems being compared here. The 0.2,000 BTUs per square foot, again, I have no idea what kind of building type. Can somebody at least tell me what building type was modeled and where it was modeled? That would be good to know, even if I don't have the report. I don't know. There's multiple commercial building types. They all behave differently, and we're picking one here and making a conclusion based on it. And I'd like to know a little more about that.
Tom, do you want the answer now? Do you want to call on Luke or others to answer it now?
That would be great if it's available.
So my economic analysis was based on the furring structure that you referenced. So a steel frame with sheetrock. As far as the energy savings are concerned, that was taken from the study referenced. Which represents one type of I think it was based on the average or the majority of the masonry CMU constructed building types in the Northwest.
But you had to model a building type, right? What kind of inputs would you use on an average building?
I think, I don't know exactly where the savings number, which number that is, and I'd have to look at the report. At the time, I believe I modeled the large retail prototype that was being used in code evaluations.
Okay.
As well as it's roughly equivalent to the national reference model for large retail. And then I believe we also modeled a school gym.
What was the second one, Mike?
I believe we modeled a school gym, but I don't know where the savings number came from, whether it's an average or picking from a single number. And I actually don't know. I mean, I'm going to go look for this document too.
Yeah, this was the same building that was prototype used in the last code cycle for this similar proposal.
And just if you'll bear with me, just Mr. Chairman, a couple more comments.
Please.
Thank you, sir. To Lisa's point, low energy and semi-heated buildings, these are not the kind of buildings we're talking about. We know this doesn't impact them, and they're not the type of buildings that this exception applies to. They don't allow enough energy to fall under that exception. So that point isn't relevant to the discussion. You know, Dwayne mentioned the 90.1 does cost analysis, but that's why we did our local cost analysis for that same reason, that 90.1 does some very general cost analysis. It groups the cities into, for the climate zones, you're going to include a multiple group of cities that could have very different weather data, for example, and not specific data or not specific construction costs. And I know for sure that the cost data that's used in 90.1 is very outdated. And that's why we went in and did analysis and modeling with current local cost information and current information in terms of the building itself and where it was sited. So we would, or I would, the Northwest Concrete Masonry Association would oppose this proposal and recommend it be denied.
Thanks, Tom. And did you send in any information on the cost study you're talking about?
We did the last code cycle, yes.
Okay, so we've been here before.
Right.
So I guess I like all the resources that are collected to be part of the documents that people have available to them. So I don't know if you could resend that to Krista or others. Krista, so that we can, or you can put it in the chat now, just so everybody has access to all the data.
Okay.
I think Lisa is next. Unless are you done, Tom? Was that your?
Yes, sir. Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Lisa.
Yeah, one last brief comment. Eliminating this footnote does not prohibit the use of CMU walls without, surface insulation. Obviously, those walls do have a U factor, and a building with this wall assembly type without surface insulation, a building could still meet the energy code via component performance. It's just the walls would create a penalty to that calculation that would have to be offset by higher performing assemblies elsewhere in the building. I understand that if it's a large building with a lot of walls, that may be a difficult lift, but just to be clear,
right.
Eliminating these exceptions does not prohibit this wall type in condition space.
Thanks, Lisa. Patrick.
To back up Lisa's statement, it would be an awfully steep hill if you wanted to eliminate the insulation on all the walls. But say what they call back of house in a big box store where you do want durable surfaces, that math would probably work. If you insulated the rest of the building. And so it is an economic hit to the cost of construction for these type of projects. But I also kind of feel it's a loophole that's been sitting in the code that's gone unnoticed.
Thanks, Patrick. I'm not seeing, okay, Tom's hand is up.
Well, just a quick comment. It's not a loophole. I mean, there's been a lot of data and a lot of discussion on this by past building code councils. So I think it diminishes the credibility of past councils. It's not a loophole. There's been a lot of debate and a lot of discussion on it, and it's been supported by documentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Could I make a motion to approve?
You make any tag member can make a motion at almost any point. So Dwayne,
so moved.
We have a motion to approve as written. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Okay, let's take a roll call vote on this one.
Eric Bedell,
No.
Martin Connor, Michael Curtright, Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
Patrick, we can't hear you.
Hold on, I was muted. Yes.
Gary Hickinen,
Abstain?
Scott Henderson,
Yes.
Chris Holliday, Luke Howard,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
John Lang,
Yes.
Mike McGivern,
Yes.
Alan Montpelier,
Yes.
Eric Olnon,
Abstain.
Andrew Poltorek,
Abstain.
Irina Rasputnis,
Abstain.
David Reddy,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Poppy, are you still voting for Amy?
Yes, I am, and I vote yes.
Sean Vig? Motion carries 11-1 with 4 abstentions.
Okay, all right. Great to have a near consensus on this. That means we are to the 7th item of business today. We are on rooms containing fuel burning appliances, I believe. This is 104. This is an Alexander Ratcliffe. Is anybody here to talk about this one?
So I'm here myself,
Okay,
actually.
great.
So
All right, good to see you.
yeah, actually, I just jumped on about 30 seconds ago, so great timing.
Brilliant.
But this is a really simple revision, is that there's an inconsistency in the duct insulation requirements for ducts penetrating the building envelope, where with a combustion air being routed from the building envelope to the boiler or other natural gas burning appliance, it only needs to be insulated to a value of R8. Whereas with the rest of the duct insulation requirements, any duct that penetrates the building envelope to a motorized damper or other automatic shutoff device has to be insulated to R16. So with the requirements of the shutoff damper section, you cannot include those in a combustion air length of duct. So there allows for this long length of ductwork if installed as such that would have a lower R rating while being connected to the building exterior.
Thanks, Alexander. Are there questions or comments on the proposal? This group usually has a lot to say.
Motion to approve?
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Further discussion. Okay, let's do a voice vote on this one. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay. Alexander, we can get you on your way and after being on the call for a minute. Motion passes. Move on to the next one. This is reduce fenestration U values. This is Dwayne.
Hello. So this proposal just brings Seattle fenestration values forward into the state code, and if you want to just scroll through that, actually, there's two things we're doing here. I think that's
This is framing proposal.
yeah. Sorry. So this is two proposals that I took from a much more extensive and complicated thing that ASHRAE 90.1 is gradually moving towards that standard to deal with thermal bridging through walls. So I just picked two of them because there's a relatively straightforward fixes available. The first one is mostly for your typical apartment building concrete balconies, and requires that you either do an R10 thermal break in between the exterior slab and the interior, or that you modify, you go through a UA calc and calculate that as uninsulated concrete wall. And the second one simply requires that you move the, when you've got a fenestration assembly, that the glass plane be within a couple of inches of the main insulation layer so that you don't have a gap in there. These are both now in the latest Seattle code. That's it.
Thanks, Dwayne. Based on an earlier conversation, did we agree that the edges thing here is
Thank you. Yes.
necessary? So we'd strike that out, the edges.
Yeah.
Okay. Patrick.
Well, this is a very, I mean, if you don't calculate it out, I mean, this is a very expensive proposal. I've actually never seen a concrete slab deck, you know, like a balcony that has ever had an R10 thermal break. There's a German system out there. I think Mike Fowler should be familiar with it because we've looked at it together at Massoon. It's ungodly expensive and nobody's ever used it. typically what happens is when we get to this level in the calculation, we switch over to bolt-on decks. I'm not saying that this is a bad proposal, but I'm not saying that you'll ever see it happen, you know. And then part two, again, I'm not saying it's bad, but I wish we had a drawing of what you're proposing for the part two, Dwayne. Is there something you could like sketch out and share your screen or something of what the issue is here?
Well, I'll not take up tag time with sketching it out, but it says that if you've got continuous insulation on the outside of your wall, which is our most typical condition, then the plane of the glass in your window has to be within 2 inches horizontally of that of the nearest edge of that continuous insulation. If you've got,
are you seeing details where they're not carrying the insulation all the way to the jamb or something?
Well, I hate to insult my own profession, but among my brethren and sisterin architects, yeah, there's often a designing needs to have that glass plane far away. They could, and if they want to do that, that third one says, okay, just insulate around the perimeter between the outer face of your frame and the outer face of the wall with R3. So this is just common sense. Most people's designs already comply, and it's not a problem. Like I said, the ASHRAE proposal is like 30 pages long and has amazing detail about parapet construction and so forth. But I just went for the two that were looked like they were the most comprehensible and buildable. And by the way,
all right, I think I'm getting it. I don't see a lot of either of these conditions. Top one, because it's just not affordable and we can buy bolt-on decks. And on the bolt-on decks, we always do insulate behind them. The second one, I guess I have better architect clients because we're not doing those shortcomings.
Right. And as you mentioned, there are two systems actually available that allow you to put a thermal break with stainless steel connectors through to an exterior balcony, and they do cost $100 a lineal foot or something. The cost is coming down since they started a factory here in North America. But anyway, like you said, they can do bolt-on decks instead, and there's arguments on both sides of whether to go, which direction to go on that. But you can see that it gets a little ridiculous for us to have all this intensity about how we construct the walls of our building to be thermally tight, and then have this R1 thing sticking through like the fins on a radiator.
I agree with you. I agree. And so for the rest of the group, I mean, this is interesting language. It's quite detailed and taking our code to a new place, but I am going to vote yes.
Thanks.
I deal with these things every day, except today, because I'm hanging out with you guys.
I appreciate that. Caroline had her hand up next.
Yeah, just a quick comment on row or line 4. It references the target performance path. So just suggest that we delete that for the purposes of the state code.
Oh, sorry about that.
David,
thank you.
Or Caroline, I assume you were done, and Dwayne, did you respond? Or did
We're good.
Okay. David.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time. How would the second part, how would spandrel, curtain wall glazing and spandrel systems, are they affected by these provisions?
No, spandrel is not considered to be fenestration. That's opaque wall.
Right. But the intersection between the curtain within, the curtain wall system is a structural glazing and wall system. So do these requirements impact those constructions?
Your curtain wall systems will always comply because that item 2 item 2 under there says you've got insulation in the cavity, which you'll have in your curtain wall, that the glass plane will always be within 2 inches of that.
Okay.
Well, what if you have a shadow box? Is that?
Oh, it's an architect speaking. You're still within 2 inches of it because your shadow box is not that deep.
Okay. That's all the hands that are up. And Dwayne, I did have a question, which is laterally, the word laterally, you mean parallel to the face of glass?
Laterally, in my mind, means from side to side.
From the exterior face, I guess I didn't understand the word.
I wanted to make sure people knew it wasn't vertically.
So you're not saying 2 inches parallel to the glass, 2 inches away in either direction from the glass. You're saying
it could be anywhere from 2 inches to the inside to 2 inches to the outside.
Kind of in plan view, 2 inches. Okay.
Yes.
I feel like there could be a clearer word than laterally, but I didn't think of one.
Well, if you do think of one, tell me sometime before next meeting and I'll consider it a friendly amendment.
Okay, if it said more than 2 inches in a direction parallel to the face of glass.
Parallel to the face of glass, perpendicular to the face of glass.
Okay, well, I'll try and think of something. Because I think it's not entirely clear to me.
Yeah, and Krista, I know we've seen one other diagram already. Would it be allowable to insert a diagram in the code?
I don't see why not.
I'll propose one to clarify.
As long as you can give me something that's reproducible.
Yes, ma'am.
I think we need a diagram.
Okay. I take that on as an assignment.
Like I said, I'm with Shell. I deal with this all day long, and I'm kind of struggling with exactly what you're trying to convey. But I do think it's needed if people are not detailing jambs and columns and things like that correctly. But a diagram, some examples would be great.
Will do.
Okay. Anybody want to make a motion to either move this forward or table it?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion
Second, but yeah, as modified on the screen.
Was modified on the screen.
And with diagram to come. But I remember you did have a sketch in your 2018 public sessions, Dwayne. I thought there was a sketch so it's clear in my mind. Yeah. So that 2 inches, because typically, yes, Chell, I think the face of glass is going to be parallel with the wall and the face of insulation. So if you had 4 inches of rigid insulation and that face of glass was 2 inches from the backside, you could have 6 inches of shadow. So that's where I think the shadow pieces are not an issue from a design perspective.
Okay.
What about center set storefront? I mean, the face of the rigid is not parallel with the face of glass.
Well, if it's further than 2 inches away to the center of your storefront, which it probably isn't, but if it is, then you're going to have to redo your storefront.
Boy, we need a sketch. Need a detail.
Eric, it looks like you want to talk.
Yeah, I was gonna, I'm sorry, I don't understand what we're gonna even voting on right now. I would love just to see a sketch. Either that or I'm gonna have to abstain from this vote, which is okay also. I mean, I just feel like I'm not smart related to the subject.
I think the motion includes a sketch next week.
Okay.
That's my understanding of the motion. And I also, I'm a visual person, I need to see it. Okay, we have a further discussion.
Can I make a motion to table this until we get a sketch? I think once we got a sketch, we could get through it rather quickly, but.
Okay, we have a motion to table this until we get a sketch. Well,
second.
Next week, and we have a second for that. So let's further discussion on that one. Okay, let's, I don't know, let's do a roll call vote on tabling this.
Eric Bedell,
Yes.
Martin Connor, Michael Kurtwright, Mike Fowler,
Yes, and I'm also trying to find, I thought there was a sketch that I had that showed it, but yes, for now, yes.
Patrick Hayes,
Yes.
Gary Hickinen,
Abstain.
Scott Henderson,
Yes to table.
Chris Holliday, Luke Howard,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Okay.
John Lang, Mike McGivern,
Yes.
Alan Montpelier,
Well, if Dwayne accepted a table, I'll say yes as well.
Eric Olnon,
Yes.
Andrew Poltorek,
Abstain.
Irina,
Abstain.
David Reddy,
Yes.
Lisa,
Yes.
Poppy,
Yes.
Sean Vig. Okay, motion carries 12-0 with 3 abstentions.
And Dwayne, real quick, could we get a sketch of both, like a plan view of the concrete slab part, and then, of course, on the second part?
Sure. Just for you, Patrick.
Well, it's breaking out your true architectural skills. We'll see what you come up with.
There's a reason they don't let me do architecture anymore.
Okay, so we are off. We are tabled that one, which gets rid of the other motion that was to approve it. So now we go to fenestration new values.
Okay, that's me as well. And this once again carries forward into the state code the language that we have in Seattle already, and these tightened up U values for fenestration were determined through our process as being widely available and affordable now. And so we, since such a huge proportion of heat loss through envelope is through the fenestration, this roughly 10% improvement is it makes a difference.
Thanks, Dwayne. Patrick.
Yes, Dwayne, so these are the numbers pretty close from when you go from 30 to 40% glazing. What happened over there?
Can you scroll down?
Scroll down.
you're talking about the high performance fenestration rules?
No, I'm talking about when you're over 30% glazed of gross wall, and then the penalty was you had to meet these higher standards, but lower U factors.
Yeah, that's what you're looking at.
So for AW, wow. 0.30 for aluminum curtain wall.
That is achievable. We have systems we've seen out here.
That are double glazed?
Yes, at 2.8.
That are double glazed?
Yes.
Yeah, because you don't want to go to a triple glazed product. I mean, that stuff is horrible.
Well, it's another. I think that eventually this process will have to take us to, as we go in further code cycles, we'll probably have to get to triple glaze or some other kind of high-tech window that has that same U value. This is just the very best you can get and stay with double.
The problem with triple glazing from a sustainability factor is it typically has a shorter life cycle of the IG unit, and then it ends up in landfill and places like that where double glazed silicone dual seal, continuous stainless steel spacer, those units are guaranteed for 20 years, but they'll probably last 50 or 60 years. That technology in triple glazing really doesn't exist, and they're horrible units, and the chances of them lasting even to 20 years is low. So that needs to be taken into consideration. It's the life of the IG unit.
Yeah, I can say, Patrick, that every time we try and eliminate perimeter heat and go with much better with glazing, we think we're going to end up with triple, and the amazing glazing people find a way to get double.
We got to stick with double. We got to stick with double glazed soft shell.
Yep. That's what we've ended up with. We haven't ended up with triple glazing anywhere except for acoustic reasons. Eric.
So this question is for Dwayne. That 0.30 U factor using double paned, I would assume low E coated glass. Did you get that backed up by one of the suppliers? And that's, like the I'm just going to say the suppliers, like the all new glasses out there. Or is that more of, hey, I spoke to someone who said I can get 0.3 on a double pane?
No, no, it's a perfectly good question. And my information came from my colleagues at my old firm that are, in this case, we're working on a couple high rises in Bellevue and had somewhat better than that overall rating. And remember what we're looking at on the screen there, that's the one for the high performance alternative. And so it does exist, but with that system, they did absolutely everything right. The really high performance spacer and
the thermal brakes. Yep.
The fill and all that. Yeah, really good European frame. And
I can answer the question directly, Eric. Oldcastle 3000 center set storefront with a double low E product is 0.30. Oldcastle TCR 250 ribbon wall with a double low E product will get to 0.30. I am not sure about Oldcastle CW 250. If it could get to 3.0 with, like Solar Band 60 over Energy Advantage 4.
Hey, Patrick, I think we've established that the products exist. Thank you for that wealth of insight.
No, I think that's good to understand that, because, you know, I think, Patrick, you did make a nice point with not being able to do high performance fenestration without going to triple pane glazing. I think is, from a cost standpoint, it's huge, right? So if it is able to be met with 0.30 and we can get there, and I could say that in my experience, that's very aggressive on the buildings that I've worked at, and not to go to triple pane. But if it is out there, I'm just going to nod my head and say, okay.
All right. Further discussion?
Dwayne.
Further discussion was Caroline.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment.
Okay, go ahead, Patrick.
On the high performance part of 0.30, could we change that for this code cycle to 0.32?
I will not take that as a friendly amendment.
I think that that's more reasonable for this code cycle.
Caroline.
Thanks, John. Yeah, Dwayne, I actually had a question for you. In the 2018 code, below item 2, there's 2 more sentences that are not shown on the screen right now because they were not part of your edits, which is totally fine. But it basically says that you can do an area weight within a product category, but it prohibits an area weight amongst the categories. And I was just curious if there was, what the logic was for that, if you knew. That was my question.
That has been in for a long time, that you can if you've got several kinds of curtain wall, you can have one of them be worse than code and the rest of them be a little better than code, and balance that out.
Right, but it's just you can't balance out the fixed curtain wall with the operable curtain wall.
That is if you're doing straight prescriptive, which, as far as I know, your shop never does, right? Anybody who's doing a UA calc, which is basically every building larger than a house around here, then can do whatever they like.
It's area weighted averaged by line item. In other words, fixed product against fixed product, operating product against operating product, and entrance stores against entrance stores on the aluminum side. On the non-metal side, it's area weighted averages all product types.
Right. So a building that had a lot of fiberglass frame windows and a ground floor of aluminum curtain wall could not trade efficiencies from one of those against another in the prescriptive code. But like I said, you're doing UA calc anyway, so you can do all kinds of trade-offs.
Hey, Caroline, did that answer your question? Or?
Well, I think, Dwayne, that's true, except if you're trying to pursue this high performance fenestration section and you have to meet those targets, you could do a weighted average of your fixed curtain wall and hit the 0.34 or not. You had to do a weighted average of your operables and hit the 0.36 or not. And so you can't, but it's saying you can't trade off between the fixed curtain wall and the operables in terms of achieving this high performance fenestration section.
That I would take as a friendly amendment, now that you bring it to our attention, that you would just like that sentence to be modified somehow to say that fixed and operable framing fenestration in this that's the same category can be averaged, right?
Correct, that you could average A with B with C with D within those to hit an overall UA that meets the high performance fenestration.
Yeah. Okay. Then let's table this. And Caroline will help me come up with some words in the next few minutes while we work on another proposal, and then we'll come back to you with a fix for that. to vote on.
Let's fix A though, where we're going from 0.30 to 0.32. Krista, you gotta fill in the blank.
No, I did not take that as a friendly amendment.
Oh, you didn't, all right.
So, can we just do a voice vote to table?
Table until later today or table until?
Or Dwayne, Krista and her magic just pasted in those two sentences.
She's so good.
She's amazing. So I guess too, I just want to understand if somebody has valid logic for why that last sentence is there. Otherwise, I think my friendly amendment is to strike it.
Well, you got to think about this though. If you scroll up, if you don't area weight average by category, then what number do you weigh your average number against? It doesn't work quite like that. Then if you want to do that, you would have to have one number for aluminum product. So scroll up, Krista, so we can see that. So you would have to, you got 3.4 and 3.6. Maybe that number is 3.5, and then you area weight average your operating to your fixed.
I think we're talking about two different area weights here. And I agree with Patrick that the language that was copied in is just about determining the U value of a package of windows of a given type.
Right.
And what Caroline's talking about is something that's kind of like a component performance light.
Yes, that is exactly what I'm proposing, Mike, that
Even inside component performance, you still have to area weight average by line item. I mean, I do these things day in, day out. I'm not sure how you would do it because the target U factor would have to be one number, not two numbers.
yeah, I'm just suggesting very specific to the high performance fenestration requirement, right? Which says you can have 40% glazing if you meet each of these individual requirements, A, B, C, D. And this one sentence specifically says that you can area weight within fixed or area weight within operable, but you cannot area weight amongst them. And so you would area weight by using the area of the different fenestration
You know what?
products.
We've got a motion. We've got a motion on the table to table, and rather than try to like talk this through with all 31 of us, and considering we're kind of running way behind schedule, can you just let me and Carolyn try to come up with some wording that would fix this offline and then bring it back to you in a few minutes?
Yes, we have a motion to table. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, and the motion to table is just for a few minutes?
I hope so.
Okay. We have a motion, a second voice vote. All in favor of tabling for a few minutes, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, all right, work away. We are then moving on to minimum skylight fenestration, 131. This is Mike Kennedy.
This is a proposal to maybe change or maybe just clarify the requirement for skylights. We currently have a requirement for skylights in single-story spaces. And I've heard at least a few comments, well, aren't all spaces single-story? The idea originally was, well, like a two-story school would have single-story gyms. The code on which this is adopted, the model code and ASHRAE 90.1 before that, do not limit this to single-story buildings or single-story spaces. It's any space underneath a roof. So this proposed language is to change our language to basically say any space meeting the criteria that's under a roof would have to put in skylights. Some of the edits here are based on the 90.1 language and are pretty much just to increase clarity. So that's the change.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
We have a second. Further discussion. I guess I have a question about this, which is taller buildings often have lots and lots of mechanical space up on a rooftop. And I guess they don't have 15 feet usually. But often it would be challenging to put a lot of skylights up there.
Right. I think there's this ceiling height thing in item B, 15 feet. And I guess I was thinking in multi-story build, I mean, how often is the ceiling height going to be 15 feet I mean, maybe sometimes in these buildings. So I wasn't sure how often that situation would occur. Like I say, this language came out of 90.1 and IECC. So I didn't go too in depth on that, Joe.
Okay. Mike Fowler?
Thanks, Chell. Well, overall, I'm in favor of daylighting. I guess I'm just going to admit I'm conflicted a little bit on some of the uses, specifically gymnasiums. Sometimes the activity of a day event. I'm concerned about glare in a gymnasium. Potentially some manufacturing. I'm just going to say like a Boeing does a new facility. Does that factor into, I mean, would daylighting be appropriate in that situation? Certain warehouses are just for storage only cases, and they're probably not occupied in many hours. Daylighting's not effective. So while I like it, there's certain parts and pieces I'm struggling with. So that's just my comment.
Those requirements are already in code. The only change here is that it no longer has the clause buildings with single-story spaces. It just says skylights shall be provided if the space is there.
Thank you, Mike. So this is current 2018 carried over. Just the clarifications where you've struck.
Right.
Thank you.
David Reddy.
So one of the things, so a lot of this is in Title 24, and one of the things we ran into is spaces, large spaces with mezzanines built into them, where your ceiling height is like, with respect to the mezzanine, is maybe less than 15 feet, but not the main floor of the building. Is that something we should try and address here, maybe through clarification?
Possibly. I guess I would have said the ceiling height is less than 15 feet in that case. I mean, it's over, the ceiling height of the mezzanine is less than 15 feet.
That's your interpretation?
That would have been my interpretation, but I could see a couple interpretations of it though. Yeah, with that 75%. Was there a solution to that?
I'd have to go back to see.
I mean, again, this is, well, see, I mean, even the current language, single-story space.
Yeah.
I don't think it applies, David, because a mezzanine square footage isn't even counted as part of the square foot of the building. It's only the main level that counts. Right?
Yeah, I guess
Right?
that's a good question.
Yeah, we never count the mezzanine square footage.
For the like a lighting power allowance, I think you would count the mezzanine floor area as a separate area.
Yeah, but for the building permit I'm talking about, they don't count the mezzanine as square footage.
I don't know the answer to that.
I believe, did we have a motion in a second on this one?
Mm-hmm.
All right, is there any further discussion? Okay, well, let's get to it. Let's do a voice vote on this. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, passes. Brings us to dwelling unit enclosure 091. That is Mike Fowler. Mike, you have the floor.
Sorry, I was still on mute. This is one where the next one, I believe, is 108, not from memory on the agenda, addresses the same, in part addresses the same topic, so I would rather hear that first, and if that passes, I will strike what passes out of mine. Sorry, my phone thing system. I hit it with my. I've got a second room mute. Sorry. This is a proposal that is by. I thought Alexander was going to cover.
So yeah, I'm still here. So this was a Chelsea Gannett from our office, and I'll be covering it for her as she is out today.
Okay.
So this proposal changes the air leakage requirements for passing. Currently, if your building does not pass the 0.25 CFM per square foot requirement, but is below 0.4, the code requires corrective action to be taken, but does not require any verification or does not require you to get down to that 0.25 CFM per square foot corrective action. So we are proposing getting rid of that loophole and straight requiring that the air leakage rate must meet at a maximum 0.25 CFM per square foot. And that the testing data will be submitted for verification to the code official.
So if you do not pass at 0.25, you retest and mitigate until you are at 0.25.
Correct.
Discussion.
So I'd make a motion to approve.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Lisa has a question. Lisa, go for it.
Yeah, I thought the two proposals were interesting. So, and thank you for the explanation there. I want to make sure that was the intent. So my only comment about this, I mean, yes, I think that it's important that we continue down this road to make sure that buildings are, the leakage rate is low. And so this is definitely going in that direction. The only comment I do have about this is that you know, we're not very deep into the current code cycle. And I'd be interested in hearing some feedback from folks who have it kind of can report how this is going under the current code, where the leakage rate criteria is 0.25, but the shall pass criteria is 0.4, which then gives some breathing room. Is there anybody on the call that could provide some feedback to the group on whether we're finding that projects, all building types are being successful with the 0.25?
Yes. So it kind of goes like this, Lisa. A lot of times we do the advanced air infiltration on C406. And if you purchase the correct WRB, which stands for weather resistant barrier, and then you do your diligence in wrapping the building, the windows and all that, they are for the most part passing. The lowest air barrier product is commercial Tyvek. And I have one GC that has a dedicated crew using commercial Tyvek and wrapping the building and installing the windows, and they are passing every time. That's not the case for all GCs, and we upgrade to Vapor Shield products, either mechanically fastened or self-adhered. And so I think this language is doable. The learning curve over the last 6 years. And my sales pitch to the owners is always, if you pass air, your building's not going to leak. And that's music to their ears. So this language is not bad.
Thanks, Patrick. Eric.
So Lisa, just to answer your question directly, I've been involved in the last 2 years, I'm going to just say 2 to 3 years, 4 buildings that have been tested. Some of them actually on this phone call has been part of them. And everyone has passed that 0.25 CFM per square foot curtain wall threshold. I'm sorry, that threshold, but all those buildings had unitized curtain walls. I just wanted to preface that with that, but no issues from that side, as long as it's unitized curtain wall. And that's my experience.
Yeah, and I'll add to what Eric stated. Mine had both unitized curtain wall, and a lot of them had Starline's window wall system, but the rest were 5/2s with punched openings, lots of punched openings.
Okay. Alan. Or Alan just put his hand down, but Alan, if you still want to talk.
Yeah, I was just going to offer that we just recently had a project complete its pressure testing, and without any kind of additional, I mean, I'm sure on the GC side they were focusing on it because the results were stupendous, tremendous in that they were able to achieve well below Passive House level certification. And that was not the original goal. So from what we've been seeing recently, it feels like good practice is far exceeding the 0.25, and that we're just trying to bring everybody along to get to kind of a basic minimum.
Yeah, Alan, that's a great point. And we've been talking about it even before the project start on the general contracting side. I mean, it's a visible target now that I think everybody here knows, or at least on the GC side.
That's very true, Eric. These things actually on the plate at 30% DD. Really early on, we are picking a WRB.
Great. Okay. Alexander, do you still have your hand up? Lots of people still have their hands up.
Yeah, so I was just going to piggyback. So I did have something to say. Thank you. Piggyback off Alan's, I actually have the results of that high rise that he was mentioning we were able to get the building down to 0.06 CFM per square foot. So a tiny, tiny leakage rate. But I also wanted to bring up another example of a recent project of a renovation that we did in Seattle that we were still able to get down to 0.15. So well below the threshold requirement, even on an existing building.
That's great. Mike Fowler.
Yeah, this is just repeating the same theme, just from our last 2 blower door tests that have come in. One is Seattle University building at 0.09, another student housing at Western Washington University at 0.07. And we've also got 4 Passive House projects that are under construction that have yet to be tested, but the maximum for that level is 0.08.
Great. Okay, Lisa.
Yeah, thanks, everybody. That's very helpful. It's really good to hear what's going on out there. And so, yeah, it's very encouraging. The only other question I do have, and it's just because we've heard about it, that I understand the larger buildings, yes, they're doing well. Do we have any feedback on the smaller buildings, where you've got a relatively, large envelope area to floor area? Again, it sounds like things are going well, but it's just good for the tag to hear. Do we have any feedback on that?
Patrick.
Yeah, I have.
The smaller buildings are more challenging because they typically don't have as sophisticated as a contractor. But I will say this, I do every Pagliacci pizza project that's ever happened over the last 10 years. And, Wilcox, he passes them every single time, Lisa. No, he has no issues with air barrier.
That's great. Thanks.
And a lot of those are renovated, Matt gets involved in these really trashy buildings that we have to put all back together, and we're still passing them, even renovating them.
That's great. Dwayne.
This would be great feedback to provide somewhere. So when the jurisdictions are challenged with this requirement, they can have something to point to. Yeah, thanks for all the feedback.
Dwayne?
Yeah, just a couple things to keep in mind. One is that our latest state code has only been in effect for 4 months now, and so none of the projects under that new code that requires passing has happened yet. There are many jurisdictions that have not enforced this. I think Lisa can back me up on this, that they just said, well, if you don't have to pass, then why are we even bothering testing? So there are, I think, some pretty significantly large swaths of the state that have not been doing this air barrier testing and don't have that experience. And we certainly have seen, yes, that curtain wall buildings, I'm starting to think we don't even need to test because they're beautifully engineered and really tight. But stick-built buildings, the 5/2s we have all over, are not so great. And some of those developers learned that, well, since you don't have to pass the test, they just told their contractors not to worry about it. So as opposed to the testimony we've heard so far from people who work for sophisticated firms, there's another world out there.
Okay, I'm smelling consensus on this one because nobody's spoken against it. Everybody said we can far exceed it. So I would love to move this along if we can. Patrick, you raised your hand, but I would love to not just have more agreement, but actually a vote.
I'll do it in 1 minute. I'm not doing many Woody walk-ups anymore because I dropped the second group. I even have them passing by doing airtight drywall on the lid. So even the 3-story non-elevator buildings are passing.
Awesome. Anybody feel like making a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Actually, still had a motion on the table.
Oh, we did. Oh, thank you, Krista. Was it to approve?
Yes, Mike Fowler and Mike McGivern.
Okay, well, any further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, say
Aye.
nay. Okay, motion passes. Thanks, Krista, for rescuing me from procedural bad things.
Yeah, and then to jump back to 91, this also, because there is now the testing of units that are directly accessed from the outdoors, applying the language that was just passed to that same code section of the 40252. And the other thing that my proposal does is it just has the test can test can be met by either pressurization and depressurization combined or by pressurization only. Just to add, and that depressurization alone it would not be an acceptable test. I was trying to put that in just for, I think it exists either in the current Washington code or in the current Seattle code, I've forgotten which, but adding that in just as clarity of information.
Yeah,
Discussion, Mike?
I've wondered about that language as it relates to small construction with gravity dampers, where pressurization would blow all the dampers open. And whether this is appropriate language for those kind of smaller buildings. The idea of of requiring pressurization, and I don't know why that's in there, but I do wonder whether it's applicable. As houses, we do always with depressurization.
Just used to most test results coming in for us, having both pressurization and depressurization. And typically depressurization alone is the higher number.
Is this in like low rise or like 4-story, 5-story multifamily?
In the commercial, not the residential side.
Right, but it is in, you're talking about multifamily.
Correct.
And this language has been in Seattle code for forever. That you can do pressurization or pressurization and depressurization, but not depressurization alone.
Further discussion on this one? So Dwayne and Mike, that means this would match the Seattle code language?
Yeah, and I think it's probably there because it came from one of those testing standards.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe it's part of that ASTM, but it just, instead of having to know or go to that ASTM reference section, it just brings it here. So it's clearly understood so that when the code official receives it, if it's a depressurization only test, that won't be accepted. It has to be the combined pressurization and depressurization or a pressurization only result.
I'm not sure that's the same requirement in all those standards though. That is from 779, which is where the Seattle language came from.
Lisa?
Yeah, actually, I'm digging through my notes. There was one detail in the proposal we just approved that I missed. And so it's just a question for Mike, the proponent for this proposal. The former proposal does eliminate the requirement for smoke tracer or infrared imaging. And we didn't discuss that at all. So a question for Mike, is that something that you think would still be valuable? I think that language is still in your proposal. It isn't struck, but it was struck in the previous one.
Let me throw my glasses.
I apologize. I missed that in my notes where we were discussing it, but I think it's still in your language doesn't strike that detail.
On the smoke tracing, I'm still trying to find it.
Yeah, I'll have to get the.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, those are ways you would find to assist finding any gaps or breaks in your air barrier. I think it's, for myself, it's fine to eliminate that. That was just that language that Krista correctly struck for updating this proposal was from the previous code when there was a gap allowed, and I don't feel that it's that part needs to be explained anymore.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Dwayne, you have your hand up?
Sorry, that was accidental.
Anybody have any further thoughts on this proposal?
Motion to approve this proposal as modified.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second, further discussion. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we have completed the first page of our agenda now. We're on to the slightly more substantive second page with almost 30 minutes to go. So congratulations, we're getting through it. Okay, so this is water heater. We're now into new service water heating and DOAS proposals that we were from last week. So.
Okay. This proposal, it changes, if we go up to the top, Krista. That's the table there is an all new table. Not that far up, yes. This is a new water heating table that replaces the current one. The current one still rates equipment and energy factor, which was superseded by UEF about 4 years ago. All the DOE standards are in UEF, and if you go shopping for a water tank, you find UEFs, not EFs. So this is parroting national standard material for all these tanks. It's quite different than the old table where we have this draw pattern column. So for electric storage water heaters, there's 4 ratings there. These are all standards, of course, so equipment will automatically comply with them. This is almost more for reference at this point, I believe. I talked to a few people and they thought, yes, we should include a water heater table. The code used to not have one. But so this is just updated so the numbers agree with what's available. And then if we go down, this C404.2.2 language had to change because it actually references energy factor for electric tanks, or did, or by the 105% rated efficiency. So that is now changed. There were a lot of editorial things that were done here. It's a little confusing. The DOE ratings do not make a distinction between electric resistance tanks and electric heat pump tanks in the rating tables, in the standards. So in the smaller sizes, the efficiency allows electric resistance. In the larger size tanks, you actually couldn't install electric. It pretty much has to be a heat pump. So this language we tried to modify it so it would work with the equipment and the table. The 92% in fossil fuels, we changed in item 3 there. That was changed because in the IECC, they adjusted the C404.2.1 to 92%. So that's the proposal.
Thanks, Mike.
Motion to approve, I think.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion? Anybody have any clarifying questions or any points to make?
Yeah, Mike did a terrific job looking at this really detailed stuff.
Awesome. Lisa.
Yeah, I would second Dwayne's point. Yeah, Mike did a really good job with this proposal. And the only other detail about this is it is important that this information be presented in the code, because there are, as Mike noted in section C404.2.2, where there's some exceptions that require better than code efficiency. So it is important that all the detail be in the code so that it can be determined in those circumstances whether that equipment does meet that criteria to be, you know, X% better than code.
Thanks, Lisa. Is there any further discussion before we vote? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes. Thank you, Mike. This is storage tanks, and this is Dwayne.
Right. So this some engineers find it advantageous to heat water to a higher temperature for storage instead of just the usual 130, so that they could have smaller tanks and they just mix it down on the way out of into the loop, and that's great. And this just says if you're going to do the higher temperature storage in your design, then you add additional insulation to the tanks. So it's at an extra R2 for every 10 degrees Fahrenheit. And somebody said, well, you know, the typical wraps that come for, you know, pre-made for tanks are R11 anyway. So that would allow you to get 50 degrees higher. So that's it.
Thanks, Dwayne. Eric.
Dwayne, is this just for domestic water use, or is this for hot water use, like hot water heating?
No, it's just for service hot water domestic.
Okay.
David, ready.
I think there should be some leeway. Does it have to be, I mean, it could just be thicker spray foam product applied to the outside of the tank than rather than a wrap product.
Well, forgive me, David, you're right, but I had a very long and contentious exchange with manufacturers and AHRI, and they were very concerned that this rule, when we were putting it into Seattle, was would require them to manufacture things differently. And so what they did agree to that would be acceptable would be to put a wrap on the tank. And I did, looking it up online, find that there's a few different brands of these wraps pre-made and ready to use on tanks. So that's why it's worded this way, is to make sure that I'm not making my industry friends any more upset than necessary.
But could you satisfy the requirements that you're trying to get to by, if you did indeed want to just have more spray foam applied to the tank? Rather than use, I mean, you know, getting at?
Yeah, there were other issues like that they're the way the wraps are made, that they cut them around where any access points are and like that. So I'd rather not go there. I'd rather just leave this, since we had it worked out with industry and they're happy with this. And you know, if you have that situation and you don't want to use a wrap, then you can just ask your building official if that's okay.
Okay.
Are there other questions? Okay.
Motion to approve?
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion. Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Okay, motion passes. Next is
It's me again. And another thing that's in the Seattle code, and there's a couple kinds of valves we're talking about here, and they are according to some of the experts that are still on call here, hardcore people, that they can provide much more reliable temperature balancing across, especially across taller or more complicated buildings. And so where you've got multiple risers or multiple areas of a building with separate systems that that they have to use a thermostatic balancing valve, self-actuating, and that you use if you have an electronic thermostatic mixing valve, TMV, that it's set up so that if there's a power failure or for some reason the flow stops happening, that it either closes to fully closed or it keeps the same valve position. But apparently there's been a problem that some of these don't reset that way and they're just open up. So two things that came from technical community in our process.
Everybody, your hand is up, but maybe you don't need it to.
Sorry.
No worries. Dwayne, I want to say you're the only architect I've ever heard of that's used the term thermostatic balancing valve in a sentence.
And I did it while standing on one foot.
Congratulations. Are there any comments on this? Any additional thoughts? Okay.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 And as a commissioning person, well said, Dwayne.
Wow.
Any opposed, say nay. All right. That passes. Circulation pump. This is Lisa.
Great, thank you. Okay, so this proposal, it covers three details. The primary element of this proposal is that it requires that a pump on a circulation system will be required to have an ECM motor that is capable of adjusting the motor speed for system balancing. And so that's the primary detail in this proposal. And then if you scroll down under single riser systems, it also adopts or makes the language consistent as has been changed throughout the code, where we indicate that controls shall be configured to perform certain functions. So it's taking care of that. And that same language is also being picked up under multiple riser systems. I did include an exception in here, and the reason for the exception was that under item number, under C404.7.1.1 single riser systems, item 1 controls, there's language currently in the code that is pretty vague, where it provides this requirement that you have to have, these automatic controls, and then it says, or other controls that can be set to switch off the pump during unoccupied hours. That's really vague, and our understanding is that's being used to basically get out of automatic controls. And so I had proposed an exception that kind of tightened that up a little bit, but I have received feedback from other TAG members that might still be a little too open. And so I would be willing to accept as a friendly amendment to strike that exception, but I would like to request feedback from the group before we do so. Thanks.
Thanks, Lisa. Does anybody have any feedback?
Yeah, I'm the one who's guilty of having complained to Lisa about that exception, that I thought pretty much every building has continual hot water demand during occupied hours. And and there were a couple other issues about this, but my preference is do not put the exception in, but otherwise keep all this other good language.
Thanks, Dwayne. Anybody else have thoughts on this? Yes, Lisa. Okay, Mike McGivern.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with Dwayne on this. I think the exception needs to go.
Okay, David, ready?
I mean, I guess want to understand how you, like, the subject to approval of a code official, how that's utilized or how that's applied. You have to ask them first and then you design it, or why even have it as a subject to approval of code official if we're gonna have this exception?
Yeah, the only reason for doing this was just, and this also, it follows with, let me look through my notes here. There was an official opinion number 1708 that states that hot water demand may be determined based upon usage patterns. And this came from, I think it was the city of Bellingham, where they had designers that were coming to them saying that, we believe that we have an alternative way of determining flow patterns, and can we use those alternative ways? And they've also received, other jurisdictions have received comments saying that if the system is running continuously, why require automatic controls, because they wouldn't be kicking in. And so that was the only reason for including that exception, would be to, instead of just leaving it open, which is the way it is now, to just require some kind of verification by the jurisdiction before they can proceed. But I think I agree with Dwayne's comment that it might be better just to take that exception out altogether, and just require automatic controls and be done with it.
Okay, Patrick?
I agree with Dwayne that the exception should go, and I agree with David that that you don't have to talk to a building official. Just follow the code, and we don't need Mother May I in the code. And once you get out of Metro USA, building officials usually don't know a lot about this stuff. And so that just shouldn't be in there.
Okay. Eric, did you have a comment? I saw you put your hand down. If you don't, that's fine.
Well, I guess, Lisa, remember that interpretation's from the 2015 code, and based on how we rewrote the 2018 code, that interpretation really doesn't apply anymore now that we have the new definition for demand recirculating hot water systems that was left out of the 2015 IECC and was added into the 2018 IECC. So, the council was tasked to answer that question when we didn't really have the information we needed. So that interpretation really is only for that one code cycle.
Got it. Okay, great. Thanks for the clarification. And so I think that, again, that striking that one portion of the sentence out of item 1 does seem to be the appropriate action. Just confirming that.
Yeah. Thanks, Lisa. It seems like everybody that's spoken agrees with deleting the exception. So let's not talk about that anymore unless somebody thinks we should keep it or something like that. Mike, anybody else have comments on this proposal as written with the modification of striking the exception?
I move to approve with the striking of the exception.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. All right. Great work, everybody. We are on to 176, I think.
We're on to pipe insulation.
Another exciting subject.
Well, I'm an exciting guy. The analysis that was done by our local engineering community showed that heat loss through the circulation system is nearly equivalent to the total amount of energy used to heat the water in the first place. And that significant increase in insulation would do a lot to minimize that heat loss. So in this, it's clarifying that you take those tables that we use for pipe insulation and add an inch to that insulation for the water in the circulating part of the system only, not the branches out to the fixtures.
Thanks, Dwayne. David.
I mean, I agree with this idea, except, I mean, it's similar to the idea of, just continually making our walls thicker. That if you don't address the thermal bridging of the circulation system, adding more insulation isn't oftentimes like it's not as effective. And so do you have anything, are there any other requirements yet that addresses the connections, the supports?
Yeah, I think that's already in our code. We added some stuff last code cycle. I think that Ecotop put in that was that helped with that. I'm searching.
The Seattle code or the?
No, the state code.
State code. I should. Okay, I'll look into that, and if I don't find it, or maybe some clarifications, can I offer to add those?
Yeah, perhaps if we need to, we could reopen this later to add some more detail.
Thank you.
Thanks, David. Eric?
So I'm going to speak like an architect now, but architects are looking for inches all over the place. And this will increase wall thickness. I mean, it's going to increase cost. Ultimately that 1 inch thicker ends up becoming 2 inches, right? When you're all said and done. So as it's written right now, I'm going to say no. I don't know if we're going to move it down the road. So maybe, Dwayne, you said you might want to clarify a couple things, but this is going to be a difficult one to swallow for a lot of people.
Thanks, Eric. Lisa?
Yeah, actually just a question for Dwayne. So this references table C403.10.3. And I'm curious, why not reference section C404.6? Because that section includes several exceptions that were recently incorporated. I think Eric Vandermeer might have included one of those in one of his proposals last time. So that was my only question is, why reference the HVAC section versus the surface water heating section that includes all the applicable exceptions?
Right. It's the exceptions still apply, but it's been tradition from way back that the pipe insulation for domestic water referred back to and used the same insulation values that are used for hydronic heating systems back in section 403. And it's just a matter of being able to do the table once instead of twice in the code and keep them aligned. And the analysis we saw said, no, it really does save significant energy to add an inch to each of those. So what it means for our temperature ranges that we talk about, typically most people are running at less than 140. And so instead of up to like 1 to 1 1/4 inch pipe is going to be 2 inches of insulation instead of 1, and then 1.5 inches and up is 2.5 instead of 1.5.
So And I understand that part. I think the part that I don't know if the link is clear because this is a new section. I don't, we'd have to put up C404.6 to perhaps see what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure without referencing that section if it would be clear that all those exceptions would still apply with this language.
Actually, C404.6 says to refer back to that same table. And this guy is, and this is just specifically applicable to only the circulating pipe and not the rest of the system.
Okay, all right, thanks for that clarification.
Patrick?
Why don't we, I mean, is anybody going to notice this? Because it says add it to this. Why don't you change the size of thickness of the insulation in the table?
Oh, because the table applies to the hydronic heating system piping, and we're not, you know, in this thing that we're doing, we're not talking about that hydronic heating system. So it's, the table is currently doing double duty for hydronic and for domestic.
Okay.
Eric, Lisa, and Patrick, you have your hands up still, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And is it, so this, you said that of course this is only for heated water circulation systems, but ultimately is this, you mentioned something, Dwayne, saying it's not for branch lines or what?
That's correct.
It would just be the risers?
Well, obviously we got a loop, right?
Yeah.
So it's mostly the risers, but there's also laterals that connect the risers together. And all those that are part of the circulating moving water system get the insulation beefed up. And yeah.
Okay.
It's not like in a residential project, it's not the piping from like a PEX manifold out to the final fixture. It's
No, we have a
just
specific
the vertical riser.
Right, we have a specific exemption that lets that out.
Because we don't recirc out to every fixture.
Right, I hope not.
Mike McGivern.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. You guys are talking about an exception. I'm used to seeing in like delis, grocery stores, hand sinks, restaurants. They have they run the return line all the way down the wall to within about 5 feet of the lav, and this would require the wall where the drop is to be insulated to a minimum of 4 inches greater than the size of the pipe. So if you have an 1 inch pipe or 1.5 inch pipe, that means your wall is going to be 6 inches full of insulation. I just want to clarify that is the intent.
No, that because those drops are not part of the circulating pipe. So it's only the circulating pipe that's
they're running 3 pipes down the wall.
Remember, we adopted another amendment to increase the amount of length for some of those lavs. So. Right, we intentionally just this is another thing we brought from Seattle, is that instead of the 2 feet that the national code allows, we allow 8 feet from the circulating pipe down to the fixture, starting with this code.
Yes, if they prefer to drop the return line down the wall, then they're going to have to insulate it. If not, they're allowed to leave it up high.
Right.
Right. They can either do the additional 1 inch of pipe insulation or do the cavity insulation. They have a choice.
Most people do the pipe insulation because it's a little less space taken up.
Further discussion?
Is Eric's hand still up?
Eric Bedell, do you have more to say?
No, I'm sorry. Took it down. Sorry about that.
No worries. Okay.
This is Henry at Ecotope, fully on board with pipe insulation. Just want to raise the point again of fitting this in a standard cavity wall. If it's a 2x6 stacked wall in the multifamily that you're running a riser up, if you're at 2 inches at the bottom, I guess you wouldn't be able to fit this requirement in the wall. So just want to make sure we're prepared to require 2x8s or larger.
Hey, Henry, this was your idea.
My Ecotopes, yeah.
Wouldn't a 6-inch wall comply? Because it's the cavity depth is at least 4 inches. You would need to increase it if you fill the framing cavity.
I think you already need an inch. So this would require 2 inches.
But yeah,
Well, that's
you're
the
also
exception.
allowed,
Yeah.
right, you're allowed to have a framing cavity that's 4 inches bigger than your pipe. So you could have a 2-inch riser and just fill it with loose insulation.
Oh, I got you. Sorry about that. And then you can pack it with one in. Okay. Yeah, that looks good.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay.
Nay.
Hey.
Okay. It appears to pass. Krista, do we need to do a roll call since it was a mixed vote?
I could only distinctly hear 6 different people say aye, so it might be cleaner to do a roll.
Let's do a roll call vote, especially since we're probably nearing losing a quorum. So.
Eric Bedell,
No. Nay.
Martin Connor, Michael Curtright, Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
No.
Gary Hickinen, Scott Henderson,
Abstain.
Chris Holliday, Luke Howard,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
John Lang, Mike McGivern,
Yes.
Alan Montpelier, Elizabeth Joyce, Eric Olnon, Andrew Poltorek,
Same.
Irina Rasputins,
Abstain.
David Reddy,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Sean Vig, okay, motion carries 6-2 with 3 abstentions.
Okay. And that is our last order of business today. It is 3 o'clock. Thank you all for staying for this awesome 6.5 hour session. And we'll see you next Friday, if not before. All right. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Shell. Nice job.
Thanks. Take care.
Good job, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Chell and Krista will have to pick up that one that Carolyn and I modified after the fact. I think we emailed it to you.
Yep, we'll do that next week. If we can.
Bye.
All right, bye.